check for everybody's mic, so I will go around and have a roll call. So District 1, if you don't mind.
I am here. Thank you.
It's good to see you. District 2, Supervisor Rabbit.
Here.
District 3, Supervisor Corsi.
Here.
District 5, Supervisor Hopkins.
Present.
And myself, I am here as well, just an FYI. Okay, so a reminder, a couple things that I always have here, especially upcoming with public comment. We do have a Rule 24, which is a commitment to civility. There are the items listed here that I am not going to go over ad nauseum. Just a reminder that we do adhere to a commitment of civility to protect also the safety of those who want to participate, both via Zoom and here in person. And then, as always, we have Spanish translation available in Zoom. To use it, you can click on the globe icon on Zoom and select Spanish. Tenga en cuenta que la interpretación al español está disponible en Zoom. Para usar los servicios de interpretación, haga clic en el icono del globo al pie de la pantalla de Zoom y seleccione español. If there are any Spanish commenters and you are an English speaker, you can click on that same globe and select English. Without further ado, we want to have, we're going to go to item number 2, which is a report out and public comment on closed session items, which will be on April 26th. And that has been added to the closed session calendar by addendum. So that'll be a little bit later today, but right now we're going to move straight into the regular calendar. Reminder to everyone here and my colleagues that today we are starting with CAO opening remarks. Then we move into general services, Office of Equity, Permit Sonoma, Economic Development, Transportation and Public Works, Human Services, and IHSS, In-Home Support Services. After that time, we will move over into public comment on closed session items and then into closed session. And we will come back for the afternoon calendar. In the afternoon, we will be looking at continuing our budget workshops with Child Support Services, Community Development Commission, Health Services. And then we will have public comment on the budget workshop presentations and public comment on items not listed on the agenda. We will, at the end of today, continue to tomorrow and finish up our budget hearings for this initial part. So the only other thing I want colleagues to remind everybody is that I believe you know this coming in, is that this year the board information requests are going to be submitted by our staff. So what we're going to try and do today and tomorrow is make sure that anything that comes up that is something that you all want to follow up on that would be presented, or a discussion item for the upcoming budget hearings in June, is that not only do we capture those, but capture the fact that we are going to be the ones following up with staff on those. So without further ado, I'm going to pass it over to Cristina Rivera, our Assistant County Administrator, and Peter Bruin.
Thank you, Chair Gord. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. And I am going to pass it back to our Deputy County Administrator, Mr. Brulin, so he reminds us what the workshops are about and what the focus is. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Assistant County Administrator Rivera. Thank you, Chair Gore, members of the board, County Council Pittman. I am just going to say a couple quick words as we kick off our day 2 of Budget Palooza 2022. Unlike a lot of music festivals, we do not save our headliners for the end. We bring nonstop stars. So you've got a great lineup. Chair Gore already went through there. Really just a quick reminder, you'll hear again today from a number of other departments, some of the admin services, development services, as well as the health and human services. Again, this is a chance for you to ask them questions, to find out about their budgets as we enter this season and the requests that they have, and then to gather that information that you will need for budget hearings in June. So without further ado, I will turn it over to our first department, General Services.
Welcome, Director Johannes and Monique Chapman.
Sir, we have them come back in the afternoon for TPW.
Because they have, well, yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah. Again, a reminder, this is an opportunity should there be any budget reductions that the department wants to present in this case. I know the visual is confusing. Johanna Hovers is helping us out with general services. So just don't keep looking for transportation and public works that come in the afternoon.
I love how you just said this is an opportunity for them to present any budget reductions. Is that because
Well,
you're used
no.
to asking for that? I think they would be asking
No, I
for
meant because
program change requests.
I meant
if
because
anything.
I anticipate, I know that looking at the materials, general services has an adjustment that they will want to
Okay.
discuss with you. And so
Oh, I
that's,
thought you said reductions, not adjustments.
they did have to do a budget reduction adjustment.
Okay.
So there
good.
you go. So you guys ready?
I'm
Is
ready.
it working for you guys?
And a reminder that Transportation Public Works, you all are going to come back at 11 for that. So, okay.
Thank you,
same
Supervisor
crew,
Gore.
same
Good
team.
morning. Johannes with the Department of General Services, Interim Director, whom I've had the pleasure of working for the last 2 months and 18 days as Interim Director. Can you hear me better? Okay. So Monique and I, like I said, are 2 months and 18 days working with General Services. So we are light on the history, heavy on the learning when it comes to this budget. Next slide. I'll summarize the slides. This is the org chart for the Department of General Services. Energy and sustainability. Jane Elias is here in case we have any questions about that division. The other divisions, Monique and I can answer some of your questions. And I will let Monique explain the -1 on that table because it's a puzzle to me. Department expenditures, we have a budget of $45 million. You can see one of the biggest budgets is the facilities and management, and one of our most popular divisions is purchasing at $1.5 million. Next one. These are our department funding sources, heavily funded by the general services, with some minor state and federal funding. Next. Key operational challenges. We all know the deferred maintenance status of our buildings. We have some issues with supply chains. And I think this is what Christina was referring to, where we're trying to add back, which is a term I'm learning with general services that I didn't use before with TPW. And this is a buyer for purchasing. Like I mentioned, purchasing is the most popular division that I have encountered in general services. And when we don't have enough buyers, no county department is happy. Key operational objectives, the draft, we're trying to release an RFP for review of the procurement services for general services and enhance our procurement and more efficient, including equity components. The next two are very important to the department. We're bringing a plan for the county administrative buildings. And the third one is we're bringing a recommendation for the board to merge the Department of Transportation and Public Works and General Service should it be feasible. Within the objective goals, energy and sustainability is committed to resilience of mechanisms for private homes, businesses. Fleet and operations is working heavily to implement electric vehicle infrastructure within the county. And the last item, fleet and operations, assisting human services with a purchase of an RV, which we've been working with Angela and Janine to better define that type of vehicle for what we want to accomplish for the satellite offices. The department is requesting to add 1 program manager and 1 office assistant for the fleet to help with the transition to electric vehicles, and requesting support for the Los Gilicos security. And that is a wrap. Available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
I'm going to go for questions to my colleagues, see if there's any questions. Start with Supervisor Gordon on the end.
Good morning. Welcome to your new life, where I get to talk to you 2 or 3 times as much. So I have a question in the overview, because it was my understanding that energy and sustainability was now moved into Barbara Lee's function, and you have it shown here along with the budget. So I guess this is a question for Christina. Are we moving energy and sustainability into the CAO, or is it staying here?
We are housing, and we welcome the Energy and Sustainability team in the County Administrator's Office under the Climate Division. But until you get to see all of the review and all of the changes for the General Services Department, we have not made that official.
Okay.
Because rather than you taking it one piece at a time, you'll have the review of all the divisions and how staff will recommend, moving forward. And at that time, we'll make the necessary codifications for those changes.
Great, thank you. Another question I have, it continues to involve the veterans buildings. Whatever we're proposing is not enough for the veterans to continue to do upgrades of the veterans building. Love your creative ideas for revenue, but no. I won't even share that with the board. And so what's the outlook for the veterans buildings? And have you actually introduced yourself and said, hello, I'm here to talk with you? And I understand Chris Godley is a veteran, so he has the magic key to unlocking some of the resistance of the veterans groups. But so what's your relationship with the veterans, and are there any issues?
It's all good with the veterans. We have no issues with the buildings.
Oh, I love
Yeah.
this positive thinking. I am so impressed.
Supervisor Gorin, we do have maintenance and repairs issues on the buildings. I have become familiar with Sonoma and with Cloverdale and Santa Rosa. I've met and talked to some of the veterans that are kind of responsible for the buildings. We do have challenges, and we're working on them. Part of our deferred maintenance program for this year includes some of the buildings. We're trying to tackle the most pressing issues, which is roof and then HVAC systems, and then from there on. So we're committed to doing that, and we will come up with different unorthodox ways of funding and coming up with revenue, as you know. But we're committed to that, and I'm going to actually go to Sonoma Memorial Day and meet him there after we worked out the deal with DIVA and the voting and all that. So I'll be witnessing that. So we'll continue to work with them.
Good. And I know you will. I know everything will be great. Of all of the departments, I think this is the department that has such opportunities for moving into energy and sustainability, certainly resiliency. And Caroline, Judy, and the staff at General Services have been looking at that, trying to figure out generators and how we create resilience and resource centers of the veterans buildings. And but I know that Jane was very helpful in developing a plan for county overall, especially at the veterans building. So I see you back there, Jane. And I hope that we can continue to look at your plan that was sort of put on the back burner and how it involves the general services facilities and the veterans buildings to figure out if there is a way that we can increase the amount of funding that we could consider for upgrades for the veterans buildings so that they are useful for resource centers and evacuation centers. So thank you so much for being part of the team. And this, I think it's all good.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hopkins.
Appreciate it. And I'm going to ask a question that might involve both of your hats. And I'm kind of surprised that Supervisor Gordon didn't ask it because I know we've talked about this in the past. But that is, I thought that we had submitted a budget information request last year around the issue of parking enforcement. And I know that that is both a general services as well as a TPW sort of issue, because in some cases it's actually on county-owned property. And on some it is, looking at sort of parking within the road right of way. And we're actually going forward with 5th District specific funds, kind of in the absence of a county-wide program, with going forward with a contract with CHP for enforcement. But I'm just kind of wondering, we plan to, just heads up, we plan to submit that as a formal budget information request. But if you have anything that you wanted to share about your experience, working on parking enforcement with both of the hats that you wear. And I know this is something that Supervisor Gorin has also struggled with out in East County. I don't know if you want to add anything.
Well, from my update, it's my understanding that the position that had performed part-time parking enforcement with through General Services has been vacant. And I was not aware of that. So I don't think we've had parking enforcement for a while. And yet the parking situation at that center hub seems to be in pretty good shape. It's not, it seems to be vacant during the day, allowing parking for the surrounding businesses. And that is the location of the discussion regarding the future community plaza and potentially parking underneath a long conversation before we get to that point. And Johannes and Tennis and county council are involved in that. So it's a little different situation. So far, it seems to be holding its own, but and you're right, parking is very difficult.
Any thoughts?
Supervisor Hopkins, I've been working with Supervisor Gorin probably 4 years now in Sonoma and the hub for parking, and we were part of the solution for General Service to hire a parking enforcement person. So we will continue to do that. I let Monique update us on the position on the vacancy and where we are with that. But I can share that from the public works perspective, people park in the right of way. They become a problem for us when we have long-term parking, especially when it comes to recreational vehicles. And we do not have an enforcement arm in public works. So we use PRMD and CHP to enforce parking within the road right of way. And then when it comes to county property, we have the general services enforcement. And I'll let Monique update us on the position.
Thank you. I'm happy to report, Supervisor Gorin, that the position has actually been filled. We did have some reductions in our parking enforcement staff, but we continue to provide those services.
Otherwise, I was going to ask for a rebate from my TOT funds.
Credit.
So it's a good thing you filled that position.
Yeah. So it seems like, in terms of a potential countywide program, how would you see that kind of a thing working? Or does it need to be sort of site specific in terms of CHP versus general services versus PRMD? Like, is there an opportunity to look at, hey, what's happening in South County and North County, unincorporated Central County, West County, East County? Because this is something, it definitely is. I think we've struggled probably the most with it and the East and West access. But I also know that, there are sometimes similar concerns, basically wherever there's river access, going up the main stem of the Russian River.
I think that when it comes to the public right of way, we should rely on law enforcement and maybe not general services. But when it comes to our parking lots and our property, then rely on general services. And the question is, how do we create a program that is robust and that it can support a position bouncing between the 5th District, the 1st District,
Right.
which is
That's
where we
a
have
long
most of
commute.
the, it's a lot, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. And then I just wanted to, let's see if anything else,
No,
Supervisor Gorin.
Just one more little update for the board. A challenge that Johannes and I are dealing with is that during the pandemic, folks from the community have discovered that Trione-Annandale has another entrance off of Schultz Road. And so they just have clusters of car parking across driveways and in the right of way. And so the neighbors have placed boulders in the county right away and across their frontage. And so we're trying to navigate how we find the balance and work with state parks to actually provide some parking there.
Yeah.
Not easy.
That's been the North County strategy, right? Boulders. I think you've done a lot of boulders.
There's a lot of boulders.
One other
Yeah.
question, which is just, obviously we've had a lot of conversations about the upcoming, county complex redevelopment. And I appreciate that that's one of the key operational objectives. And then I also wanted to flag, kind of looking at our, electric vehicle fleet and fleet operations and EV infrastructure hardware. I think it's really, really exciting to continue. We were for a long time, I think, a real leader in terms of the electrification of our fleet. And I feel like other folks have caught up to us. So that means that we need to kind of push the envelope even further. Are there opportunities, and are you looking, for instance, at the climate funds that we set aside potentially to bolster some of this? And I think it was actually, I'm trying to remember, there was another budget request for some kind of an electric vehicle, I believe, that we reviewed yesterday. Anyways, just kind of thoughts on electrification of the fleet and possible ways that general services can help us march towards our climate goals.
Thank you, Supervisor Hopkins. I'm a huge fan of electric vehicles. I'm waiting for 2025 for the VW bus to come out, and I would probably be the first one to try to buy one. We recently hired a new fleet manager, and he's really excited about electrification. And we're trying to get all the hardware where we can. I've met with the sheriff as well. They want to have some EV stations in their facilities. We actually reconfigured the parking lot here in the county government center to add one more car. And we're planning on installing more and maybe revamp the policy that we established, I'm going to say about 4 years ago, to incentivize more people to use EV chargers in the county and have a different fee structure that fits all type of different vehicles, the plug-in hybrids and the full electric vehicles. So we will come to the board at some point with that new policy.
Awesome. Great. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
Thank you.
I hate jumping in here, but we have a problem with EV charging stations in whether it's county right away, whether it's Caltrans right away. And so I think it would be helpful to institutionalize a process of encroachments, working with Permit Sonoma to figure out how we actually determine the appropriate places for the EV charging stations and to get them on the ground, functional.
Thank you. I'm going to move over to Supervisor Corsi.
Thanks. Thanks for your report. 2 months and 18 days in. Nice calculations there. I wanted to ask about the Los Guilicos security item. There's security for the village there. There's also fire watch security. Is that right? There are 2 separate contracts there?
That's where we're light on the history part comes into play.
Okay.
I don't have an answer to that. I don't know if Monique knows it or we don't.
Do you know which one this request is for?
This is for the security,
For the
not the
Los
fire
Guilicos
watch, is my
Village?
understanding of the security.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but through the chair,
Yeah.
wasn't the fire watch in lieu of the fire sprinklers? The fire sprinklers have since been installed, so therefore the fire watch is not required. Is that not correct? It's my understanding.
We should probably come back to it, but
Yeah,
it's my understanding that currently the security requests that the department is looking to clarify, to solidify, has to do with the security that protects the rest of the buildings on the campus. And from what I recall, and this is similar to Johannes Fassi, history here, is that what I recall too is that we have groups like the grand jury using some of our facilities at Los Guilicos. And so they have in the past asked to have some active security so that they can continue to use the facilities without hesitation. I remember this from talking to Caroline Judy before she left and us trying to figure out whether that was going to continue, because when it was first established for the other users of the campus, we came to them and say, hey, don't worry about it. We're going to have this operation here, but we're going to make sure that your facilities and the stuff that you store at your designated spots are going to be protected. But we did a short-term contract, and then given that the village is still operating, at least how I understand it, Ms. Judy was, suggesting that we continue to keep that in some longer term. Is that what you recall, Monique, that we're talking about? It's not the
Yeah.
fire watch
It's another firewall.
for,
We
in
confirm
lieu of
that.
the sprinklers.
Right.
And it's not the security that is provided by the operator of Los Golicos, right? Because the operator, I think, takes care of it. It's about the rest of the campus being checked, like in here, every morning our security guy goes around and see if somebody is, perhaps using our facilities to sleep overnight and things like that. It's about that kind of security.
So is this a separate contract from,
Yes.
from the,
From the security in the village and
Yes.
from the fire watch. Yes.
There are two different security checkpoints, one right at the entrance of LG Village and one at a kiosk as you drive your vehicle into Los Gulicos from Pythian Road. And I believe that, that was in response to a number of incidents of vandalism and potential challenges on the campus as a whole. That was big dollar figures. And so it was the decision made a year ago or two to institute security on the campus. We're not sure whether it has a relationship to the fires or to LG Village, but the campus has a security issue, absolutely. But anybody entering into the campus has to go through that security, including CASA, all of the CASAs, the grand jury, and anybody, and I would assume Crestwood personnel and now master gardeners. So it's worthy of a board request for information to get more information on that, what they do. And as we have more active use on the campus, we need to rethink that central security, which of course you can get to the campus through the
Thank you.
rear. So it's not totally secure, but it would be good. I think we should have a board request for information on that.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christina.
Okay. Reminder, board information requests will be submitted by the offices, the district offices, Supervisor Gorin and Supervisor Corsi, whoever wants to put that in, or if it's both of you, I also have a couple I'm going to do too, but I'm going to keep a little list to remind us at the end as well. Supervisor Rabbit, you got anything?
Only just back on the veterans buildings, and if there is a kind of I know that there is a capital plan in addressing deficiencies. I think that we were contacted by one of our veterans regarding Sebastopol, both something with the cooktop pilot light issue and something with the refrigerator not keeping the food at the right temperature. So as just a kind of reminder of the asset management kind of approach, was happy to see that Petaluma, fixed a few problems within the kitchen, and everyone seemed very satisfied and happy with those improvements, and just hope that we can kind of continue that. I do think on the just on the veterans buildings again, I mean, if Marissa perhaps could help us by advocating for a statewide solution to this problem, because we're not the only county that has buildings that were built in the 50s that are all in need of repair. I mean, you have to imagine in the state of California, if you put a proposition on the ballot for veterans buildings, that it would pass easily, and then we would have the source of funds to actually go in and fix all those systems or do the seismic upgrades that are required instead of trying to cobble it together through local funds.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. For my part, just one thing on the procurement RFP. Just interested on currently on our Board of Supervisors meeting, we have 2 weeks from now, I believe, is when we would says RFP acceptance to engage comprehensive procurement process review consultant. Are you still planning that you would bring that item before the board on the 10th?
May I take that, Johannes?
Yeah, please.
It's one of the organizational excellent objectives.
Okay.
And Signy Sugiyama and myself are the ones leading that effort.
Okay.
The May 10th is a consent item for you, full board, to review the scope and accept it.
Okay,
And
it's
then
gonna
we
move to
hope to
consent.
issue the RFP soon after that.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So it's going to move from regular to consent.
Right. Yes,
Perfect.
because you have a busy schedule and we just
Yeah,
really just
that's
want to
fine. We have
document
5
this.
we have
this
6
scope.
hours, yeah.
Exactly.
I completely agree. And I don't think that needs to be on overall. I think the one thing that just a request is to engage EDB as a part of that process. And, you know, what we're talking about is with procurement is a lot of, the other thing is that especially whether we're going to be working with organizational excellence or Bob, part of our discussion about ad hocs going forward is, you know, what's the appropriate outreach with that? I know we want to issue an RFP, but part of that work in putting this on the agenda at the budget hearings last year was to make sure that there was multi-jurisdiction work with it. So I know that the city of Santa Rosa and Mayor Rogers has had not only an interest, but has drafted some different provisions of procurement changes. But the goal, I think, with this is to make sure that we have a suite of options, and it's for us to review, but also for other cities and special districts and other things to think about how they use the information that we pull together to do it. The side of EDB is both an intake and a training module. It's what individuals in a local situation with the local provision that already exists there, is it enough? Is it set up in a way that's actionable? How many people are contracting with the county? But on the other side, we've really also talked about training individuals and businesses to be able to contract with the county. When I was at in the federal government, there was the Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization. And what they did was they worked with areas to say, hey, here's the procurement laws that you can apply for government funding to execute contracts under, whether you're a food services company, a consulting contract, a web developer, or what have you. But on the other side, they also did training for individuals to say, here's the certifications you would need to be able to do that. And that's been a conversation up until now with Ethan about underserved BIPOC, other kinds of things like that too. So, you know, I know there's been a conversation with Office of Equity is coming up next about that as well, about some of the provisions, what exists in state law already, which versus what could be enacted. My understanding is that from Alegria and our work in reviewing this originally is that some of the priority points in procurement that you can get for things at the federal level you can't get in California because of certain state constitution amendments or what have you, or laws that say you can't identify based on women-owned businesses, based on you know, veteran-owned businesses or the like. And as a part of that, you know, as a procurement review, it could also identify lobbying opportunities for us, things that we want to push into the legislature. So I just want a lot of this I'm putting on the record so that once you get a consultant, we can review this stuff. Because I know that that's the goal, is not to have you all do the work before you get a consultant. But when you're looking at the scoping, it'd be good to include some of these things into it. Because if I'll be looking at consent and just making sure that those kind of things are tagged as a part of it. So we'll look forward to seeing it on consent and then coming back with a proposal that you all select to award. Yeah.
Myself and Supervisor Rabbit serve as liaisons to the organizational excellence pillar, and we've been having these exact discussions in those meetings. It's none of what you're saying is lost on me, and we've requested that all of this be looked at as we move forward with this.
Thank you. Excellent.
If I may.
Okay.
Supervisor
Christina?
Gordon, just
Yep.
want to say, one of you, a budget information request. The budget information request having to do with Los Códigos security. I suggest you don't create one because all the information is going to be in the program change
Yeah.
request itself.
I got
Yeah.
it listed down. Somebody definitely will. I agree.
No,
with
I
you.
mean, you don't need to generate one because
Oh,
the program
okay.
change request that the department has submitted
Oh,
has
okay.
flushed that out.
Okay,
So I
okay.
didn't want
Thank
to
you.
create another piece of work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The one other side of procurement, even though we're talking about I just want to make sure we're looking at this together because there's a couple different items. Procurement does include an ad hoc that's currently ongoing with project labor agreements. Procurement would include, if appropriate, a review with your group and with a contractor, not just about contracts for food services and things, but what you've learned from the CMAR project, right?
Yes.
Construction management at risk. I mean, I remember sitting here, good Lord, probably 8 years ago with Supervisor Rabbit when he laid in on how minimum qualifications, low bid contracting is the worst thing since sliced bread because everybody submits change orders. And so I had to do my homework, and I actually agree in a lot of places, not for not for basic projects that are like paving and non-complex projects, but we've definitely seen in working with you that how many change orders come up after low bidders go in and qualify. So I would just, the idea of procurement is not to pop out something. You guys do whatever you need to do to come back. But for me, I'd love to see, I mean, if it takes a year to kind of work on this, get a good ad hoc together, really smartly put it together, not just try and pump out a product and like make a small tweak to a local investment category, is let's do this right. Let's be focused on the future. Okay.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. We've actually shared some of the lessons learned from the CMAR at the airport with the PLA ad hoc, and I think it's been very valuable to learn what we've been able to accomplish with that project.
Great. Yeah, it was great to see it too. See it on the ground. I mean, be over there. I know some folks, you know, if you look at the construction management at risk model, and then what we've done, we have, you know, what was it, like 90% of the labor from local, which could even mean Sacramento and North Coast, but
East
let's
Bay,
just be real. That's a region. People work over here and commute from all these areas because we have housing issues. But then also, you know, I mean, I think it was union labor at 90% plus. Without a PLA, it was hitting all the timelines, and good work. Thank you very much. Anything else from the board on this or these items? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I feel like there's a game show that they say, and now you're off the hot seat.
Thank you.
You can call a friend. You can, what is it? Poll the audience. It says deal or no deal. You can call a lifeline. You can talk with the guy up in the, or the person up in the.
Except that if it was Jeopardy, when you leave the.
Christina, you're the person behind the curtain who says, this is the new offer. Yeah. Okay. Well, I want to kick this item off and acknowledge number one, Alegria, Melissa, that you all have been doing a ton of work. And I say that because I would like to see this be, I know, the kickoff for a lot of work we've been doing, but also work that we want to show into the community. So you have a plan here that we're going to look through, budget items. I know that you have a kickoff meeting with the racial equity and social justice pillar with, even though we've had a lot of conversations, but a formal kickoff with Supervisor Hopkins and I coming up. I know we've also talked about doing what I'd like to do is when we're ready is a board meeting in the evening, or some other time that we could appropriately show the work plan, the budget, the products that we're delivering on. And so this is a great opportunity to have a show and tell of where we're at and where we want to cycle towards those things. And just excited to have you here before us. This is a portfolio that a lot of people say, what's going on there? Is it a conversation? Is it culture change, or is it programs? And I say, yes. But let's identify that and be very clear about what our results are that we're working towards. So thank you for being here with us. Excited to have you, the newest formal office of the county, and one that is not just a standalone, but it's integrated into every department if we do this right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. It is my pleasure to be here today with 6, or maybe half of Team Equity here. Melissa Valle, who's our program manager, and Jade Kim, who, with the generosity of the county administrator's office, gives us 0.2 of some very amazing ASO time. So we're going to kick off with a little bit of a description of what our department is up to and how we are structured. As you know, significant and deep racial inequities threaten our collective well-being and prosperity. And I'm so grateful that with your leadership, our county has embraced its responsibility to address race inequity through enhanced data collection and analysis in consideration of new policies, programs, and resource allocation decisions. Only with this focused approach can we unseat patterns of exclusion and change resulting outcomes. Our whole community has been traumatized. We have now experienced years of disasters and emergencies, from the 2017 complex fires to the 2019 Kincaid to the 2020 LNU fires, years of toxic smoke in the air, annual evacuations and power shutoffs, historic flooding. But the data also tells us that this trauma and resulting impacts have been experienced at disproportionate levels by Black, Indigenous, and people of color in our community. These years of disaster have both unmasked and exacerbated the depth and the breadth of our county's racial inequities. Inside of our county, our Black, Indigenous, and people of color are underrepresented in management and leadership positions throughout the county. And we've heard and we know that BIPOC staff and leaders experience microaggressions and other forms of discrimination. Our county has stepped squarely into meeting these challenges, recognizing that when communities of color in our county experience such disproportionately negative health and well-being outcomes, inequity actually harms all of us. Inequity impacts our overall growth by decreasing per capita income and disposable income. And national and global studies show us that inequities result in greater levels of unhappiness across an entire community. And so what the Office of Equity does is to work to support our county government to ensure that Sonoma County is a place where a person's race and ethnicity does not determine their health, their well-being, and their wealth. The Office of Equity utilizes data and elevates community solutions to inform our resource allocation decisions, our program design decisions, our policy decisions, as well as our decisions in recruitment, hiring, promotion, and retention. Our theory of change recognizes that we start by normalizing this conversation, by developing a shared language and understanding, and then we move to organize, because 5 human beings in one little office cannot transform an entire institution. So we created a core team, which you see down there, but we'll talk about it a little bit more later. And then we operationalize. We implement change in policies, programs, and practices through the use of data and anti-racist performance metrics. And despite these pretty little boxes, this work is anything but linear. It's cyclical, it's ongoing. Through its equitable organization program area, which is reflected in that far left-hand box there, the Office of Equity works to implement the county's strategic plan pillar goals and objectives. We are the lead department for the race, equity, and social justice pillar of the county's 5-year strategic plan. And the office is responsible for leading 10 of the 12 objectives outlined in the 4 goals in this pillar. The office also has a significant role in the healthy and safe communities and the organizational excellence strategic plan pillars, supporting the implementation of 2 objectives in each of those pillars. And we accomplish this work, all of these goals and objectives, by creating countywide capacity through the creation of a core team to support departments to identify and implement opportunities to embed equity-driven approaches in program design, resource allocation, and other policy decisions. And by facilitating and supporting the alignment of equity initiatives among core team members, we help the county to have a greater impact in changing those outcomes that we mentioned earlier, as well as to create clearer expectations and more productive collaborative experiences with community members who have experienced underservice and underrepresentation during community engagement efforts and other attempts to access county services. In this equitable organization program area, we also provide technical assistance and support to our departmental partners around equity issues, whether they be data collection, analysis, implementation of the equity toolkit that your board adopted in November 2020. We also support with interview question tweaks and sitting on panels. And we also provide advice around starting, managing, maintaining, and supporting internal departmental equity efforts. Pursuant to your board's direction, we also created the equitable ARPA allocation and accountability box, which you see in the far right corner there. And in this area, the Office of Equity is dedicated to supporting the county's equitable allocation and accountability for American Rescue Plan Act dollars. We utilized here an equity design process that builds on best practices of the Health Equity Work Group through the creation of an ARPA Equity Work Group. And we work with county staff and leaders in the Human Services Department and in the Economic Development Board to develop community priorities and areas of focus, as well as a path to operationalize those priorities through the funding process for community investments. And then finally, to hold ourselves accountable for changing the disproportionately negative outcomes experienced by low-income and communities of color during the COVID pandemic and continuing. Under this program area, we have 2 time-limited ARPA-funded staff here to lead equitable community engagement and race equity-centered data collection, as well as design, implementation, and support to ensure that we are analyzing our efforts with community-based organizational partners and in county departments. These 2 FTEs are time-limited and funded through December 2024. And last but not least, that little middle box there is the administrative section, and that is responsible for administration and fiscal management of the department. Next slide, please. Our departmental expenditures are distributed throughout our program areas, as are our personnel. In the equitable organization area, Melissa Valle, who manages our county-wide equity program, makes up the biggest FTE here, with her full allocation being focused in this area. I also have 0.4 of my allocation in this program area. In the ARPA efforts program area, you see reflected the awesomeness of Lindsay Franco, who is the ARPA Race Equity and Social Justice Data Analyst, and Rubith Olvera Hernandez, who is our ARPA Community Engagement Analyst, as well as another 0.4 of my time in that area. And then we are all so grateful for the wonderful work of Dora Estrada, who lifts us all up as our lead in the administration program area, with another 0.2 of me in that program area. And finally, as I mentioned, we are grateful to the CAO, who shares the fabulous Jade Kim, who's here with us today as our Administrative Services Office, who isn't reflected in our FTEs, but does definitely form part of Team Equity. Next slide, please. We are largely funded by the general fund for the majority of our work, and we are currently receiving over $400,000 in American Rescue Plan Act funding to support our work in ensuring an equitable recovery given the disproportionality in COVID impacts. There is a significant variance in our budget from year to year, but that is largely due to these time-limited departmental analysts and other costs to engage in ARPA allocation work. There are no significant changes to the budget for equitable organization in FY 2022-23, and no significant changes to the budget for administration services in that same year. We do have some challenges. The county strategic planning pillar is the biggest source of guidance for our work, but it was drafted before the existence of the Office of Equity, and the outreach and engagement was conducted while the office was knee-deep in COVID response. The Office of Equity has received a significant investment in general fund dollars to support its work to implement the strategic planning pillar's goals and objectives, as well as resources to begin the work to develop the values, vision, and a mission for the Office of Equity, as well as to scope out the work of the office. That includes both the work laid out in the strategic planning pillars, but also that will also include the results of engagement led and conducted by the Office of Equity, including direction and reflection from our core team members. And we will soon be situated and resourced to finalize and present our values, vision, and mission to your board for input and ultimate approval. The Office of Equity created the core team first in order to begin the internal engagement efforts and to create the capacity for the office to define and then do its work. The core team was the very first thing we built and designed for, and it's consistent with best practices nationally and with equity design principles. It is staff and leadership's experiences and needs and ideas and connectivity to the communities that they serve that drives the future of this office. We designed the core team with that goal in mind, and it's to that end that we are all working. Currently, the core team represents 72 staff people in 21 departments, and all of Melissa's and part of my time goes to this effort to build community, to train, to coordinate, and to activate the core team countywide. However, the Office of Equity has no permanent or dedicated staff to support its equitable program area in the areas of community engagement and data analysis. So the Office of Equity, and therefore the county as a whole, currently lacks capacity to address immediate departmental and county-wide needs with regard to specific work outside of its current program areas. We recognize that the capacity of the Office of Equity and throughout the county will grow as the core team develops and formalizes, as it strengthens its capacity and solidifies its presence and expertise to be utilized both inside and outside of departments with regard to developing and delivering race equity trainings, ongoing application of the toolkit, and operationalization of race equity data collection and analysis. The core team members will provide direction and leadership in practices, procedures, policies, and culturally relevant professional development by continually examining and discussing these inequities. And core team members will also help their departments to verbalize race equity goals in a way that makes sure that they are measurable, that they are time-bound, and to create, ultimately, the departmental level race equity action plans. The core team formed in April 2021. We had our first meeting in May 2021, and our affinity session started in August and September of 2021. The learning program beginning in January of this year, with all 3 areas of work continuing through the end of calendar year 2022. So given the importance, right, and the critical nature of the role of these key equity ambassadors, as well as the investment that the Office of Equity in each department has made in these folks doing this work with us, it's also hard for us to recognize that the core team membership has seen a decline, and specifically in people who hold strategic leadership positions throughout the county. The high workload of these awesome leaders makes it exceedingly difficult for them to prioritize equity work without a specific and articulated allocation of this work into their work plan or into their FTE. And the strategic positionality and their higher levels of authority and their departure heightens the need for more training and more capacity building at the managerial leadership and executive positions, as well as the need to prioritize that time and resource allocation to do so. We know that certain departments are currently considering dedicated equity staff, and we are looking forward to working with folks in these new positions to recommend the appropriate structure and FTE allocation if necessary to ensure that current key core team members are understood, are recognized, and are supported to do this work, which right now is recognized to be on top of existing work. And that will be key to ensuring their sustainability and success. Our core team members spent over 3,000 staff hours in this last fiscal year doing equity work, whether it was work in affinity group or in the learning program or supporting departmental level efforts. So we have been tracking core team members' time since July of last year and continue to do so, recognizing that data presents a really important opportunity for us to recognize what would be needed in terms of that allocation of FTE. Next slide, please. We've got some big work coming up in front of us this year. Really grateful for the opportunity of ARPA dollars, which allowed us to have the resources and support to undertake 2 critical areas of work in this coming fiscal year, which is the development of a community engagement plan and a language access plan and policy, as well as to implement a race equity centered or an anti-racist results-based accountability program. Anti-racist RBA is a really amazing framework that allows us to hold ourselves accountable to the promise that ARPA legislation begins to make possible, right? To ensure that those communities hardest hit during the pandemic will enjoy an equitable recovery. So we do that by applying an anti-racist results-based accountability approach to develop frameworks, to identify strategies for racially equitable impact, and to put plans into action. And this happens in 3 phases. The first phase recognizes that there's a need for an equity foundation training that really focuses on understanding deeply institutional and structural racism to ensure that staff is ready to shift away from business as usual and to start undertaking new and impactful ways of doing our business. Phase 2 allows for us to provide the folks doing this work with anti-racist impact principles and this results-based accountability methodology to build that initial race equity and results framework, to begin that culture shift and to build the muscle for implementation. Many times what happens is that we do our best to help people, but we don't hold ourselves accountable to ensuring that those outcomes are racially equitable. And phase 3 of this work is about implementation and action. And so we are able to work through kind of real examples for application in our work. And this program is so powerful because what it does, it's an ends to means process that requires us to be guided by the root causes of challenges and solve for those roots rather than to kind of create Band-Aid solutions that in many ways can make things worse. And we're excited about RBA. Sorry, can you go back one, Jade? Thanks. So this third point here, now that our core team members have gone through this affinity series and the kind of first semester of their learning program, they are now given 3 opportunities to choose their next adventure in equity work at the County of Sonoma. The first is basically moving into being trained as trainers themselves to again, build that capacity internally within our county so that they are leading conversations inside of departments. They will actually be with our learning consultants delivering the first series of executive and leadership trainings to your board and to department heads coming later this summer. Another option is for folks to jump into a longer anti-racist results-based accountability program that will take place over the next 18 months. And the third option for core team members is to be part of the Office of Equity Steering Committee, which will allow us to work to develop a county-wide race equity action plan, given the scope and the expertise of these key equity ambassadors throughout different departments. Okay, I'm ready now for the next one. So we've got a long list of strategic plan objectives that we will be completing in this next year, completing and continuing to work on. So with regards to that first goal, which is really around kind of shared understanding in a learning program, we have been and will continue to track and analyze the impact of our learning program through surveys, and we will be completing our first assessment this year to ensure that future learning cohorts benefit from this iterative and evaluative process. With regard to kind of HR processes, we have worked to create and we enjoy a really productive partnership with our Human Resources Department. And we were glad to be included in the development of HR's new toolkit. As our core team members work to continue to develop the county's race equity action plan, it is a very common strategy across all jurisdictions engaged in equity work to really look at and enhance our recruitment, hiring, promotion, and retention processes, as well as to increase our analysis of demographic data to strengthen our ability to reflect and elevate the value of lived experiences in public service. And then with regard to those kind of goal 4 around community engagement, emergency response, recovery and resiliency, as well as a language access policy. Your board's early ARPA investment allowed for the office to move forward with the support of consultants to develop and recommend a county-wide community engagement plan, a language access and justice plan and policy, as well as implementation strategies. And we also continue to work closely with the Department of Emergency Management, the Human Services Department, and community organizations active during disaster, or COAD, to develop strategies to support equitable community response, recovery, and resiliency. And then finally, last but not least, but as discussed earlier, our work on the Portrait of Sonoma and its agenda for action, as well as our anti-racist RBA work, supports our strengthening data collection and analysis, as well as to develop key strategies for turning the curve on these disproportionately negative outcomes that exist currently. Next slide, please. We have a few program change requests before your board. The first is for 2 positions. As mentioned earlier, we do not have full-time staff and kind of non-time limited staff, permanent staff to support the important work of doing our program planning and evaluation. So what this position does is to assist the director and the equity program manager to continue the work at a strategic level, while having an additional person to analyze, to research, to plan, develop, and monitor, as well as evaluate programs, policies, and data related to several county-wide initiatives. The duties and the responsibilities of the Office of Equity have almost doubled in the first year of our operations. And this is a key role that we will need staffed in order to continue being successful internally in our county efforts. We have also done some work to evaluate our goals and priorities to determine the resources needed to make sure that we are being responsive to the requests, and they are increasing from county departments. We have a lot of amazing people inside of county departments who are leading equity efforts and who need to be supported and coordinated in that work, from the department head level all the way down to kind of part-time interpreter staff. And this request really addresses the need for additional support to expand the capacity of our office to efficiently and effectively respond to this increased need countywide. We also have a request for a secretary. We, as I mentioned, have the amazing Dora Estrada, who currently handles all routine clerical duties, managing my calendar, scheduling meetings for the office, managing our equity email inbox, main phone line, as well as all of the higher level administrative responsibilities that are increased definitely in a smaller office, as well as the kind of startup level that we are in. So she is the sole clerical support for our department and all of our work groups, our office operations, our file maintenance, our purchasing and accounting, which includes, as you've talked about with our friends at General Service, the complicated processes to invoice and to process requisitions, contracts, monitoring, and tracking. She's also our payroll clerk, and she does all the miscellaneous tasks needed to execute our program objectives. She also coordinates all of our budget, human resource, personnel actions, and our safety programs. And so adding the secretary to support the director and the equity program manager, as well as the admin aide, this will allow us to have that kind of robust administrative team to address the increased needs of our office with regard to specifically procurement, contract management, and funding compliance with multiple programs and multiple contractors. Funding these two positions will allow for a sustainable level of support to ensure that we have what we need to be successful with the strategic plan implementation, as well as to continue growing strategically. And then that last bullet there is $300,000 in ongoing general fund to ensure that we have support from consultants to hold core team and affinity group facilitation, training, coaching, and costs. As well as ongoing interpretation and translation needs for the Office of Equity as we engage in the development of these new plans and policies that will be recommended to your board later this year. This amount of requests to support consultants, again, is in line with other jurisdictions who are currently managing this level of work. It is a way of kind of building that bridge between having that internal capacity within our department and within all of our departments, and making sure that we have what we need as we move forward. That is it from me. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. I definitely have some questions, but I'm going to start with some of my colleagues first and see if anybody's ready to jump in. Supervisor Gordon.
Thank you for the amazing work you and your team continue to do. And yes, indeed, you are designing and constructing the plane as you fly it. And it's not easy, and hats off to you. I have a question regarding your general funding request. I know with the implementation of Measure P, we're looking at equalizing the budget of IOLERO to meet with the 1% for matching the sheriff's department. Do you see that the expenditures that you are proposing, well, let me reframe that. How do you work with IOLERO, if you do, and do you see an overlap with the work of IOLERO and your team?
Thank you, Supervisor. So social justice is mentioned in our strategic planning pillar, but nowhere in that strategic planning pillar was there a direction to focus on our criminal justice partners. And so the Office of Equity has been really guided and directed by that North Star of the strategic planning pillar. And it may be that as we continue to do that strategic planning work with our core team members that do actually make up folks in, for example, our department, our probation department, has strong representation in our core team and is doing excellent equity work right now. It may be that we kind of broaden our scope to reach in and to include criminal justice in the work of the Office of Equity, but currently that is not part of our scope.
Okay. And then the second question is, you, as well as others perhaps, are contributing to the 5 pillars, one of racial equity, both within and probably without, outside of the county. I believe we allocated funding for that pillar, and your budget request, does that fall into the funding that we've allocated towards that pillar, or is that above whatever it is that we have talked about?
It's above what we've already talked about. So your board did allocate general fund to implement strategic planning pillars. And this goes to kind of address the increased responsibility that the Office of Equity is currently tasked with some of this community engagement work, the ongoing recovery, response, and resiliency work that we do. So it is on top of that.
And so maybe that will be a budget, the board information request that I have is how are the funds for the racial equity being expended and how you fit into this. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Hopkins.
Thank you so much for the informative presentation. And I also want to say congratulations to our newest seismic safety commissioner. Very exciting to have that kind of representation
Thank
from
you.
Sonoma County, and not one, but two from Sonoma County for a statewide commission. And also interesting, I don't know if you listened at all to yesterday's hearing, but Director Godley was talking about how seismic safety is actually one of his current biggest concern, right? Because it's the one large-scale disaster that we have not yet gone through as a county. And so really exciting that we'll be having conversations at both the statewide and local level about that. You know, I wanted to sort of hone in on this attrition in the core team membership. And I'm wondering if you could tell me a little bit more about that. I mean, I'm sure that a lot of people have a variety of reasons, but are there reasons that are rising to the top, or are there things that you could share? You know, are we facing situations where folks feel like they're pulled between too many demands? Are there ways that we can support participation? Just because I feel like that work is really the deep equity work that we need to be doing as a county community, right? And really listening to folks. And so I appreciate that we have gone slow to go far on this one, but it worries me if some folks are, you know, kind of off-roading, off-ramping along in the process. So is there anything that we can do to support the core team and to maintain that critical facet of your work?
Thank you. That's a great question. So I mentioned consideration of, you know, a resource allocation or an FTE to support race equity work. I think, you know, in what we've heard from folks who have had to drop off is that they do have too much work on their plates and that this is taking away from their day to day, right? And so what we're really trying to do is to say, this is your day to day, this supports your day to day. So how can we help to kind of work with you and work with your department? You know, I've done a lot of important work at the DAHA level as well, really connecting the dots between executive leadership at the department level and core team members. And there's a lot of support that's there. I think it's just the sheer amount of work that's on people's plates that they're finding it difficult to balance. So we're in the process of really trying to figure out what is the best recommendation that we can come up with that is grounded in core team members' needs, and that is also grounded in kind of like what they're comfortable with in terms of figuring out how to support that work that they're doing. But I do think that your board's continued direction that equity skill set is part of what is expected from leadership at the County of Sonoma at all levels is tremendously important to get folks to understand that this is not kind of apart from their day-to-day, but it is part of the business as usual, given the direction that your board has provided, as well as the resources that the Office of Equity is providing. So we're going to get creative about that, but I did want to highlight that. And I think it's, you know, as soon as department heads are also aware that core team members may be dropping off, it's a great time to have a conversation with your leadership staff, your full staff who have leaned in to be part of this exciting effort. You know, Gary Hockman is wonderful at reminding us that, you know, you start with the folks who want to do this work, and that there is also a critical mass of people that is required to do that culture change work. He pegs it somewhere at 20%. We are well under 20% of the county family right now that is leaning into being able to do this work. And so the more that we can kind of up the recognition, elevate the exciting work that these leaders are undertaking, do more connectivity back to the day-to-day inside of the department so that it's not sitting outside or sitting kind of on top of, but it's really starting to sink in. And we do believe that the way that we're developing the program and the way that we're working with core team members will result in that ultimately. But these kind of first days require some of that additional extra work from folks who are already doing a lot.
I really appreciate that. And follow-up question, which, you know, I apologize for putting you in the hot seat a little bit. I don't want to offend any other department heads, but I mean, my question is, do you feel like departments across the county, and we have a lot of them, have the capacity that they need to do this equity work. I recognize that some departments have, actual equity positions within their department and some don't. This is partly a self-serving question because I have requested an equity position within PRMD for all of the, important critical planning work and also kind of code enforcement work, the conversations that we've been having around equity with vacation rentals. It feels like we need to support them in their efforts to achieve equity through policy. So can I ask, obviously you are not fulfilling that role, right? That is not your job, is to go into different departments and give them, sort of the tools that they need. It's really sort of their job to do that work under your leadership and, and with your support. So any sort of thoughts on building capacity within departments beyond potentially the core teamwork? Because it sounds like, I don't know, if folks are sort of stretched too thin, right? Like what can we do, I guess, to, what would be sort of if you could wave a magic wand, right? And say, hey, this would be a really helpful thing if all the departments had X, Y, or Z to build the capacity within their own culture to support racial justice and racial equity work.
That's a great question. I want to give a shout out to the head of DAHA, Angela Struckman, who's just been an amazing partner in making DAHA really an activated space for county executive leadership to figure out how to do this. There were a number of departments that had moved, forward with equity work way before the Office of Equity was even created, that did the work to even make it an idea at the county. And so those folks have been working, really hard. We're talking with them right now to figure out, like, what did you need? How can you reflect back on how this work started so that you're building kind of like a guidebook for the departments that haven't quite jumped into that yet? We recognize that a lot of departments want to do this work and may not have the resources. So I think it would be a great thing to consider is there an equity bucket that all departments could pull from to support facilitators who are trained to have these conversations. We recognize that it is certainly a best practice not to jump in and say, like, let's have an all-staff meeting and talk about race equity without some support, some kind of pre-work, some training, some capacity building, and then some support that, that needs to happen after what comes out of those meetings. And so, including folks who are trained in restorative practices with a focus on race equity. I would say that one of the things about this world right now is that everybody and their mother right now who used to be in organizational development is now saying, oh, and plus equity. And that's not true. And so I think the other thing that we're working really hard to do is to kind of create a community of folks that are vetted and that are kind of consistent with the values and the approaches that the Office of Equity has taken in our own core team kind of learning program and development. I will say that, we are not necessarily looking for like folks to drop in with a binder of check the box here and you're done, congratulations. But really folks who can continue to support this ongoing development of what the Sonoma County program looks like and what do we need to learn in Sonoma County about ourselves and our own history that may not come from, folks who are coming from. So it's really about our doing this work to create something for our own institutions. So I like the idea of having, a fund that would support folks. I think it's a great question to ask people who do not have any internal equity efforts. What would it take for you to get this done? What do you need to do that? I would say that, I'm moved by your board's inclusion of equity as one of those performance metrics for leadership at the county. And so I think having this conversation with each department head at performance evaluation time about what are you doing? How is it going? Be honest. What do you need? And then, to the extent that it's appropriate, I think it is, to come back to the Office of Equity and say, this is what we've heard from department heads. It's very similar conversation that I'm doing with my colleagues at the DAHA level. But I think this is an excellent area is to continue figuring out like what do folks need at an executive level. We've really focused at the staff level with the folks who want to lean in. And again, that's consistent with kind of, change principles. Theories of change is that you start with the folks who say they want to and say they have time to, and that's where you start. So we're, kind of working at bringing it up and then making sure that it's coming down from the top as well. And so your support with that effort is appreciated.
Thank you so much, Director De La Cruz. And I look forward to having some of those conversations potentially about, whether it's financial resources or staffing support through our equity ad hoc. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi.
Yeah, just to follow on that, at some point, well, first of all, I think we all want to help you with this, to support your work with this. But at some point, we're going to need to know who those department heads are, either from them or from you, that don't have the capacity or the desire to to be fully engaged in this. I don't know where that happens. I'm not asking for a list right now. I am wondering, actually, this is not a budget question, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you for the report today.
Sure. I just want to say that I appreciate that kind of frame. And I think it's really my intent to be supportive of my colleagues. And that's not a role that I am intending on taking, is kind of, keeping track of who's not, but of being really responsive and supportive of those folks who are.
And that's fine. They need to tell us. That was the main part of my point. I would much rather hear it directly from those department heads, those leaders who you're seeing the attrition from. They need to talk to us. Thanks. Supervisor Rabbit.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate, to me, it's almost a curriculum adjustment in order to make sure that people stay engaged and can find the capacity. If the capacity is not there, then we need to kind of make it fit what we can and adjust it accordingly. So I do appreciate that. And I know that certainly the ARPA work is time limited, and whenever I see time limited employees, I just always want to know what the future holds, because it's just punting a decision to a point in time. And I know that those are analysts that are probably shared with others. So that was my only inquiry on the budget items themselves, just to make sure that if there is a desire in the future to keep the positions longer than the time period, that there be a plan in place to make sure that can happen and not just kind of thrown at a board all at once. But I appreciate the work. Thank you very much. And thanks for the presentation today.
Thank you, Supervisor. I would mention that our program change request reflects that kind of data analyst position that currently is funded through ARPA. And because we are currently moving forward and securing a consultant to help us with the community engagement plan, that will include recommendations around strategy to implement the community engagement plan, which we imagine also includes staff dedicated to that effort. So we see kind of those two areas moving forward in a way that is kind of connected to recognizing that also there will be an end of the ARPA funding. And so, this is being developed currently to come back to your board with some recommendations on implementation of the ultimate community engagement plan, and then that data position in the PCR and before your board with this budget request.
Thank you. For my part, if I can, I want to go back to page 7, which is your strategic plan objectives to be completed. Can we pull that up again? Well, I guess it would be page 64 at the bottom of page 7 from the PowerPoint for this.
So apparently it's not popping up on our share
Well, I
screen
can
here.
just go, I can go through it. That's okay. This was the list that has goal 1, objective 3, goal 1, objective 4, goal 2, objective 1, goal 4, objective 1. Some of those list ongoing, some of those list just are standalone. I want to acknowledge the fact that a lot of these are, even though there is a specific work product that might be finished at a certain time, it usually
all
goes
ongoing.
into a next work product. And culture change is really about continuing to say that these are ongoing items. So I look down, okay, there they are. So, the baseline assessment for the core team members, it sounds like what you've said is that you've also talked about some challenges. I've talked with other departments and department heads, and I think Doha is the right place to go through this is, we've had conversations even with Permit Sonoma behind you about some of the questions that have come up from planning commissioners about, did you outreach, did you do this, and making sure, one of the things I encouraged was then work with you in a way to have a discussion with the planning commission about what are their goals for outreach, so they don't have meetings that just everybody's kind of throwing spaghetti at the wall, that they have a conversation and set expectation and rules and norms about how they're going to review and what their expectations are with the commissioners who are asking for increased equity, outreach, and other things like that. I think that's a core area that we need to work on is more of the advisory role, right, of what you do rather than the police role that you have said that we do not want to get into, and I agree. Or the fix-it role of like, there's a problem here, come in and help us do it. I just want to encourage those in the room, but also others, is that, as you work with this ad hoc, I think that's maybe a message that we take together to Doha, and I see Angela back here and others as well, is where we join you or kind of work through these different items so that there's clear understandings. Because I think the fear from some, not the fear, the recoil from some on this discussion, and I don't mean specifically our department heads or anything else, is they think it means everything. And so once it means everything, it's daunting. And the reality is that you have to have a clear conversation, as you say, normalize it and get it into your rules and procedures, so then you can figure out where it is. You've been doing that with your office also, is pulling back. And one of the things that I've seen is some in the community also come at you who are more on the activist side, who want you to do more and take on everything in the county. But you're like, okay, at a certain point, I got to take on language access, and I got to do specific work on specific items. So that's just a point I want to acknowledge as a part of your budget and your request and where you're at. I also just want to acknowledge that when you go into the key operational objectives, and some of the conversations that we've had is obviously setting ARPA into one area, and then setting our core work and what is the language access program, and then the community engagement, and then figuring out how those get implemented, and we track implementation. But at the same time, what are the other areas? I think my understanding with you is that we're going to take for our work product for the second half of this year, really to get those off the ground in addition to what you've said. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I want to just, I think a lot of this can be going to the ad hoc for our meeting. I appreciate the questions from my board. It's timely. As we talked about before, I think there's some ways to not just have the ad hoc work with you in a building, but work with you to do listening sessions with Doha, and also to host, whether it's a full board meeting or an ad hoc meeting with the Office of Equity in the evening, to listen and to talk about what we're doing, and to very clarify it and what our goals are. So I just want to acknowledge Melissa, that the first time I saw you was before the Board of Supervisors, and probably within your first month, you were out there speaking during a flood and sharing information along with Supervisor Hopkins in the Lower River. And then really the creation of this office came about not because of COVID, but because we had been bootstrapping for fires and floods for 2 or 3 years before we got to COVID. And then COVID was a time where it was, we either have to institutionalize this or we are going to continue to dishonor the work in the community. When I was at the U.S. Department of Ag in a former administration, we had a cultural transformation initiative, and it was, some people might think that sounds real soft and mushy, but it was because the U.S. Department of Ag was still considered to be the last plantation in the 2000s. And that was a spoken word by the Secretary of Ag, that there were still there was institutional racism and other issues. And the cultural transformation also acknowledged that in the workplace study is that the Department of Ag, prior to us stepping in, received some of the lowest reviews from employees about morale and other issues and how we worked on those. So one of the things is, obviously, I know we're focused with our with our liaison on racial justice and racial equity and social justice. There's a part of this that gets into some of our other employee morale issues, and some of the other, I know, questions come up from the board on socioeconomic issues outside of race and ethnicity. And I think we have a job to make sure that we get people an idea of if we're going to go there with this portfolio or with others, so that we really define what the work is of this office, because obviously we need to focus directly on the racial equity and social justice right now. That's our goal. And so more to come. Thank you very much for
Thank you.
being here. Okay, we're going to go straight into Permit Sonoma. We're about 15 minutes late, so to stay on time, we are not going to take a 15-minute break. If any board member needs to use the restroom or do anything else, you can step out. But we're going to go straight through and then move into economic development at 10:30 or so, and then we will, and then transportation and public works after that. So, Permit Sonoma, you have the floor.
Oh, he's just here.
I did see him here.
Go
You
ahead,
guys
let's
can
see
come
if
on up
we
and get
can
ready.
launch into the presentation.
I'd actually prefer that we, by the time he walks in, we
Are done?
have approved.
Yeah.
All done.
Yes,
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
for being
Thanks,
here.
Permit Sonoma. Appreciate it. All done. Take your time, sir. We're here all day.
Keeps Regina awake. Yeah, 24/7.
The floor is yours. Thank you for being with us.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you for having us here this morning to present our budget for the next fiscal year. I'd like to start with thanking our customers who have been through an extraordinary time since 2017. And despite disaster and pandemic, and watching business in the county drop from 13,000+ permit volume annually to 10,000, it's now climbing back up to near normal. It's an extraordinary thing for people to do as fire survivors, and part of that effort has resulted in our county meeting and exceeding its housing goals from the regional and state governments during this last period, which amazes me daily. I could not do this job without the 160 people of Permit Sonoma, some of whom are present here this morning. I'm here with Regina Dela Cruz, our Deputy Director for Administration, Nathan Quarles, a Deputy Director for Engineering and Construction, Scott Orr, Deputy Director for Planning, Steve Mazurchek, our Fire Marshal, John Mack, who's our Division Leader for Natural Resources, and Terry Harrington, who's our Code Enforcement Chief. And Melody Riccitelli, who is operating our PowerPoint remotely. So here you see Marshal Mazurchek and Mauricio from our staff carrying out chipper responsibilities, which is now a year-round process, thanks to you and hopefully some of the augmentation we can talk about toward the end of our presentation. Next slide. So as you can see from the summaries there, we're about a $45 million enterprise. We have about $1.5 million net change this upcoming fiscal year due to the substantial changes we'll be making to the cannabis program with the board's support. We are a multifaceted organization, and you can see that in our organizational chart, which would be one more box out for natural resources, which is now an independent group because I need that direct communication with leaders like John. Next slide, please. So departmental expenditures, I know these are familiar to the board, but just to go through this for members of the public, administration is also responsible for our permit center, which sees thousands of customers a year, remotely and in person. And it has been open for 2 years during the pandemic, where some of our other local partners are still closed to in-service. code enforcement, with which the board's familiar. Engineering and construction, one of our biggest. So this is all things building, engineering, well and septic. Fire, our newest addition. Planning, that budget line item also includes natural resources. Next slide, please. And funding, as the board is well aware, we are primarily a fee-driven organization, but in recent years, we've also made great use of grants, especially around vegetation management and fire prevention, which you see reflected in the federal, state, and other funds category. We also have a substantial amount of money brought in through code enforcement to the general fund. It does not come back to the department. But that's also an increase over years past. Next slide, please. So challenges and opportunities. Again, I know these are issues that are familiar to the board. We have the state squeeze box, as county directors call this, where we have the mandate from the state to build housing outside of our city-centered areas. At the same time, we've switched to vehicle miles traveled, which tells us to build closer to transit, and also respect the significant and appropriate constraint of wildfire hazards and other natural hazards such as floods. So that's a constant tension that goes on with state policymakers. At a federal level, the one that we experience most directly is the current Schedule I prohibition of cannabis. At the federal level, while we at the state and local level are trying to normalize it. And then, of course, the opportunity of the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities grant that we are in the process of formalizing with the Federal Emergency Management Agency, which will be an extraordinary effort on the county's part, first in the nation. Next slide, please. So operational challenges, the same one the board and other departments face, is the great resignation, great retention, and great recruitment time. So a lot of folks will look at this as mostly as a constraint. It's also an opportunity. We've been able to hire a lot of very talented, innovative, and relatively young professionals right now that we can make an investment in for our future. That's a good thing for the organization. Of course, it will mean with innovation comes mistake and correction and growth. So that's probably the one that we see overall in our daily practice. And just as I think a reflection of our times and the effectiveness of code enforcement, we're also seeing more cases heading into public hearings. Fortunately, most of those are happening at an administrative hearing officer and not at a greater level. And then, of course, our hazardous materials program. So this is the prevention side in a very awkwardly named Certified Unified Program Agency, or CUPA program. We go through an audit with the state every year. While we have reduced the number of findings, the observation this year from our state monitors is that we need to really examine how many people we have performing those audits, those inspections on an annual basis. So we may be back to the board with an augmentation request for that program in successive fiscal years. Next slide, please. Objectives. So as we discussed recently during the general plan workshop, we are coming out of pandemic with a number of delayed initiatives. And in planning, that's the housing element, which also added to that is a new mandate to adopt a housing element by the end of the year at a very fast clip. It is proceeding well, and it is proceeding with a level of community engagement that we haven't had in the past. And a lot of that is due to the outreach in concert with the Office of Equity and Bradley Dunn in our office, who would be here today, except he's been at the Grayton Labor Center for a 7 o'clock meeting around community engagement. The other person I should mention is Brian Kiefer, who is working on the reopening of the Bodega Market, which just went through some significant damage and is looking to open this weekend. So pardon my interruption for that fact. Also under operational objectives, we have fire and natural, which is working with planning and natural resources around a number of efforts that relate to vegetation management, to the fire safe regulations, which I think the board is briefed on a pretty regular basis. And those will continue into the next fiscal year. And then finally, natural resources, which is continuing the implementation of our structural hardening and vegetation management and defensible space programs. Next slide, please. So moving on to the strategic plan, the ones that our practice touches and concerns a number of different pillars. The one we chose to highlight here is the one that we're working on with the CAO's office, with Sonoma Water and of course Permit Sonoma, and that has to do with flood control. A great deal of that is just collecting and updating baseline data, which you can see under 5.2 there. John Mack was able to work with the partners I just mentioned and with R3MP and Circuit Rider to get the funding for updating what is 1,500 miles of streams in our watersheds in Sonoma County. And so that collaboration will continue. We have funding from a grant application we have in with our partner Jennifer LaRocque in CAO, and hopefully with that money we'll be able to complete this work by 2025. Next slide, please.
Yeah.
And of course, the BRIC grant under strategic funding opportunities, and we're still going through requests of information with the federal lead agency, FEMA. We're really hoping that will conclude soon so that we can move on to a formal award and present that to the board. Finally, next slide, please. Our program change requests. So CHIPPR program. It's been funded at $170,000 since 2014 with the board's support, which we appreciate. We've been doing this now in collaboration with particularly Geyserville and Sonoma Valley Fire Departments, who help us in outreach and have done some of their own acquisition of equipment with the program. But moving this to a 2 FTE would really make it a much better permanent program, and that cost is approximately $350,000. You see also a request for an engineering technician. This is to carry on a good deal of our daily practice in authorizing work in the right-of-way. And then a significant one is Resiliency Permit Center. As the board knows, we've come out of the trailers on the side of the building. We have a reduced staff in-house, and we've been working with Four Leaf, our consultant that staffs it, to look at that transition, which has begun from consulting to an in-house model. And that's what we're proposing here, so that when the next disaster happens, we can respond immediately and transition staff with the same objectives of plan check within the first 5 days that we have now. And in the non-disaster times, to have these additional staff continuing to work at productivity and efficiency in our daily work. And then finally, which I'm sure Mr. Kiefer, if he gets a chance to hear, would fully support, and that's an additional staff person. This is incredibly important work, not just for permit navigation, but for the district director liaison work that Brian provides and process improvements that suffer when the other two are taking most of his time. So with the additional help and support here, I think you'll see an even increased level of service to your district directors for constituent service. and better work for us in permit navigation and process improvements within Permit Sonoma. With that, concludes our presentation, and look forward to questions and comments from the board.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So just a reminder to my colleagues, I'm going to be a little more of a stickler on this one, because we could talk about everything under the sun right now. And I say that because I have also, on some of these, gotten heavy into policy with you all and what we want to do and everything. We could talk about the update on the local coastal plan, the airport specific plan, winery events. We could talk about the tree ordinance. We could talk about the BRIC grant implementation. We could talk about all these, but I do want us to specifically stick to budget questions as it relates to any of those items at best, and not to get into a long discussion about giving direction. There are appropriate agenda items throughout the year to review this. There is also a liaison group that's working on the management review, and so there's a lot of stuff here. So what I want to do is we have 15 minutes until the next item, which will be Ethan Brown. I want to acknowledge those of you with Permit Sonoma who are here with us, the division directors, for your work. And I want to acknowledge you guys. And I want to start by just saying that as much as you thank the employees that have been working, I also want to thank your staff. There's been a lot of pressure on you over the years to execute perfectly, and you execute in a very imperfect portfolio. If you don't do enough code enforcement, we put pressure on you to do it. Then we get notes from the same individuals that say they're being unduly targeted. We all know that everything isn't green and red in this world, but you guys operate in a lot of the area where you have to identify exactly where the statute is and where's appropriate action. I would say the same thing with permitting. A lot of times you're accused of not getting permitting done in a right way, and there's other considerations. Did the applicant put in a good permit? There's also what's the role of CEQA review and county council and others, and where we're at. And then timeline. There's a lot of other issues that you've worked on with whether you have individuals on site, whether that's a union right or not, how it works on it. I want to acknowledge a lot of work over the last 5 years to implement process improvements, but also how we are coming to a place where we're going to continue to put our work on that. So with that being said, I'm going to start with Supervisor Rabbits, and Corsi, start with Supervisor Rabbit as the kind of organizational leads for some of these issues.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I just echo all the thanks. We work together all too often, but really never take for granted the expertise, the professional knowledge, and the professionalism of your entire staff and your leadership. So thank you for that. I don't really have any budget questions other than I would like to dive in deeper and probably end up submitting a request for explanation on bringing the rebuild in-house, just in terms of numbers of permits that have been in the queue and processed, and what that looks like going forward. And I would imagine that those additional employees would be then absorbed post fire rebuild would be, to just become part of the overall complement of folks working on processing. Is that not correct?
That's right. Through the chair, that's the proposal we have, is to have those folks in the non-disaster times dedicated to permit processing. And then during or immediately following disaster response, and we're under recovery, have those people shift out and into primarily handling disaster survivors' needs, and then shifting back as that dissipates. With one of the frustrations we have now is unfortunately, we have a really good partner in Four Leaf as they see permit volume diminishing with disaster recovery. That's a good thing. They've been able, as a private company, to shrink their presence. We're now down to probably 3 or 4 at max people present in the permit center. So we're trying to look at an efficient way of doing that, where we know our existing permit volumes will be able to accommodate those costs in non-disaster times. So that's the idea, that they would shift back and forth.
Okay, I appreciate that very much. I was looking through my notes because I know that last night at our Sonoma Valley GSA meeting, which we had a lot of discussion about a lot of different things on the fee schedules, but on the one thing that did come up was governor's new executive order regarding trying to
Right.
talk about really ag and commercial well drilling that complies with or doesn't harm the GSA or the GSPs, which of course the criteria is not quite set. So also worried about how one proves that negative when you don't have the data to really understand what's going on and how that's going to work. And then also knowing what's happening up in the Russian River Basin on wells and how that will affect your workload in this next year. Anything to add on that, just in terms of staffing requirements that you see coming down the pike?
Well, Nathan and I and John Mack are in constant conversation with our partners in Sonoma Water, obviously the two organizations who help implement and support the groundwater sustainability effort, and looking at the division of labor, who's going to be making the consistency finding. Obviously in well and permitting, we have a certain role. This is now been this is starting to move outside of what we'd identified previously. So I think we'll get it solved. I mean, we have a daily interaction with Sonoma Water. So
It will be interesting because I would imagine that through a period of drought, the only reason that an ag person, quite honestly, is going to drill a new well is because they were having water problems and their other well probably went dry. But now they're going to be faced with this additional hurdle of trying to prove that they're not, harming something that they know they're being part of that whole mix. And what then is the ultimate political end result is, might go out of business because they have no water. And I just throw that out there because I think it's going to be an interesting conversation. And I know that your office is somehow going to get tagged in on that to try to help make those determinations. But again, thank you all for the work.
Sure.
And, look forward to continuing forward.
thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Corsi?
I'm not going to repeat the words, but I'll say ditto to all the gratitude and appreciation for the work that you and your crew do, all those here and those who are not here now. I don't have any questions right now either. I will be submitting a board information request on how to pay for the general plan update over the next 5 or 6 years. So I know that's not a surprise to you.
No.
Hope you're already thinking about it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, down on flank over here on the left flank. That was only 5 minutes. Let's come over here. I know we can. I'm not. That's a kind challenge.
You put the fear of God in me. I'm not going to open my mouth.
Well, I just know I saw the word SD, the Sonoma Developmental Center listed there, and I was like,
I wasn't going to go there, but you're right. We could occupy the
We could.
rest of the day of some sidebar conversations. But Just thank you for all
Yeah.
that you're doing. I'd like to add about 5 more planning issues onto the list
Yep.
of about 20 that you have in front of us.
Mhm.
And thank you so much for all of your great staff work, and especially Brian. I noted that you want some assistance for him. Really? He's my go-to guy.
Ours too.
So great. Thank you. And I
Okay.
won't say one more word.
Thank you, Supervisor. I appreciate it. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm gonna break
No.
the streak. I do have, so I will
I
start
know.
off by saying ditto. Thank you so much for your work and such sort of widely varied work, from code enforcement to planning to Brian and sort of all of the problem solving with day-to-day and permitting challenges. So thank you for all of that. I know that you're all running as fast as you can, as hard as you can, in 100 different directions in that department. So one quick question that I have is with respect to the BRIC grant.
Mhm.
I just kind of wanted to check in on the status of that. That was obviously a monumental effort, and your department played the lead role in really pulling that application together. That was a huge coup to secure that federal funding. And I just want to check in on the status of that project. And then I'm also going to ask you the same question that I have asked some other, department heads in various conversations, which is how do we warehouse all of the vegetation management resources in one place? Because I constantly get questions from constituents and it's like, well, if you want sort of neighborhood level, you need to go to Kim Batchelder, right? If you want individual stuff, well, maybe if you're in this certain area, you can use the, SoCo adapts, and then we have the brick and that's a different area, so there's all these different programs and, folks are really confused. And so is there a way to kind of pull together the different departments who are working on that issue and say, here is the website, right? So kind of two-part question, brick, and then how do we warehouse information to make it accessible to the public?
Yes.
Good answer. We're done. Okay.
No, I was thinking back to the comments you made in a recent, maybe it was a general plan workshop around this issue. Maybe it was another one because I was watching. It must have been another because I was watching from my office. And I think we all acknowledge that in this very decentralized county government, so much of us have overlapping jurisdiction, and the good news is that we also collaborate well. But I think from the outside, it's vexing. I get it. We still have to Google our own website to find stuff. That's not a good sign. But to your exact point, I think what we need to do is create around these really important overarching issues is create websites for that subject matter, not based on department, but based on the subject matter. So people don't care. What they want is the service. They don't necessarily are concerned with which department or the individuals in which department are delivering it. And they certainly don't have that foreknowledge. So how are they supposed to work through our existing structure to find that information? So public, we get it. And I think with the department heads that are involved with vegetation management and the board's suggestion / direction at that last meeting, we need to get working on that now. This is the time to do it when we're not responding to disasters. And I think it would be enormously helpful. It's good time invested, but Steve and John, I don't know if there's anybody in the senior leadership staffs who aren't involved in it. And everybody would benefit from it. It will free up more time with staff. I think may alleviate the anxiety that it causes people. We hear that all the time because people contact me directly, and I'm more than happy. It's nice to speak with customers, find out from them what's going on, but that's, I know, a continuing frustration. So I think there's a lot we could do internally to improve it, but I think ultimately it's really that front-facing webpage that will help.
Thank you so much. And I would just say that maybe we sort of need to have a convening of the different departments that are, in charge of it to figure out who holds that space. And I want to say that this question was sort of born out of an urgent text message exchange that I had Herman J. Hernandez this morning, who was asking me about resources. And I mean, this is someone who is obviously very well connected, knows his way around government. And if he can't figure it out, right? I mean, I feel like that really is indicative of a broader community challenge when it comes to accessing these resources. So, and then the follow up on the BRIC grant, if there's any update on that.
Sure. And I'm getting telepathy from other department heads. We volunteer Misty Arias for the coordinator of all efforts vegetation management.
You always volunteer the person who's not in the room at the moment, right?
Right. So the BRIC grant, Building Resilient Infrastructure in Communities, for those who might be watching. So we have a continuous stream of requests for information, RFIs, from the Federal Emergency Management Agency. John and I meet with them with some frequency to really try to accelerate the process. They remind us that disaster is their business and they're doing hurricanes, floods, fires all over. So they're going as fast as they can with the resources they have. But we really look forward to being before you with a notice of award soon.
Fantastic.
Hopefully early summer.
Great. That's really exciting. And then, go ahead.
If I may, and we really are just dependent on the federal government reaching into us. So we were going to get together with them I think it was during the summer, and they canceled the appointment because they have to do a field inspection. When you look at their break application on their website, they have us on pending review. So we don't have a notice of availability yet.
So in other words, the money's not in our, the holdup is with the feds, basically, is what we can share. Okay, great. Do you have a question along these lines? I've got something different.
No, just a quick note. I serve on the Resilient Counties Committee for NACO, and several meetings ago, we had a presentation from FEMA talking about their interest in outreaching to planning departments to really incorporate the lessons that they have learned. And I will try to get a link to whatever it is that they're working on, and because I didn't have the sense to copy it down at the time, so I'll
Oh,
try
that
to
would be
get
very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. Good.
Great. And then my just last
ahead.
question, which is actually sort of more of a flag, I think, for HR and the CAO, is that I am wholly in support of the senior office assistant for Brian Kiefer. There is absolutely more capacity needed there. When I was looking at the salary level, I was thinking about the work that our field representatives do, which is very much the same thing, and just wondering about parity. And I also do have a request in for sort of a job class study of looking at what are our folks actually doing, versus compared to other positions in the county. But I did want to flag that, and I was curious how the actual class is, like what the actual class is for that senior office assistant. Is it like an admin analyst one, or?
No, it's a senior office assistant. That's the
Okay.
actual job class.
Okay, because when I looked that up, it was a lot lower salary.
It is, but what you're missing is the overhead that we have to, that
It's
is applied to
$100,000 of overhead for
No, no.
$50,000 a year
It was
salary.
like
I think
40,000.
the supervisor is comparing it to a district director.
No,
No,
but
to a field rep, but
she's,
yeah, a field rep. But when I looked it up, it looked like
Oh.
the salary range was 40 to sort of 50,000 or something. And
no, I think it's more like 650 to 60-ish.
Okay.
And then there's an additional overhead that goes on top of every civil job class in our department, which is about 40,000.
okay, and I'm just looking, but this was 160,000. So that was where I was confused about the delta. That would be like 100,000 of overhead.
But I think it's a good question.
Anyways, we'll
Yeah,
follow up on
yeah,
this one.
understood,
Because I was
yes.
like 160, that if that's what sort of you're looking for, then, that you look at sort of
Fully
our field
weighted.
reps and you think about sort of the work that they're doing. So we'll follow up on that. I'm curious.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't bring this up during, I might during TPW a little bit, but just an FYI on that note, I would advise you not to use your district funds to fund through a department, because the overhead I was charged was 40% from TPW. I'd rather take that internal. So there was a contractor I used who already had an extra time with TPW. And so by doing just somebody who was, it wasn't a contract, it was somebody who's doing like consulting work through an extra time work on Alexander Valley Water. And so instead of doing the hours on my own as an extra help, we talked with Transportation Public Works and ended up doing it because they were already processing extra time for said individual. And for me to do it with them, it was a 40% cost, $10,000 out of my budget. So I'm working on trying to figure that out, FYI, but do your work internally, I would say.
Yep. Permit Sonoma will never do that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You would, she said.
Off the
She's
books.
like, I've seen your, okay. There's nothing from me. I'm going to let you go. I appreciate it. It looks like we have a couple board information requests. Thank you all very much.
Thank
We're
you.
going to move over to Economic Development Board. Ethan Brown, ask you to come up, and I believe I have another name, which is Rebecca Heinze. I don't know if she's going to join. There you are. I don't know if I pronounced your name correctly, Rebecca. Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you both for being here today. We're going to go to Transportation Public Works after this, and then Human Services and IHSS before breaking for lunch.
Good morning, Chair Gore, board members, Assistant County Administrator Rivera, Council Pittman. My name is Ethan Brown. I am the Interim Director, Executive Director of the Economic Development Board. I am joined today by Rebecca Heinze, our Fiscal Analyst. While Rebecca gets the slides up, I'll just say that the EDB is a small but mighty department, as you've heard before. And I'd like to acknowledge our staff who have dug in and given 110% for much of the last 2 years. They are the heart of our organization, and they impress me every single day. The EDB is charged with supporting the startup, expansion, and relocation of businesses within Sonoma County, with an emphasis on the unincorporated areas. Do you need?
Tech assistance. Tech assistance. You know, usually when tech support comes in, they come in with a cheeky comment. Peter?
Yeah, I got thrown off there, so.
There's an old show that had, that was about government, and every time the tech person would show up, they would be like, "Oh my God, what did you do to the computer?" Yeah.
I happen to have it on this if that's easy enough to switch out.
Hey, Peter. Can you hear me? It's Natalie. I can get mine up if you want me to just share.
Great.
Here we go.
Thank you, Natalie. As I was saying, much of our work is done in coordination with various chambers, trade groups, community organizations who help to expand our reach, execute programming, and disseminate information. The EDB is also the county's lead department on developing a plan to close the digital divide through its broadband initiative. And last but not least, the EDB includes Creative Sonoma as a division, which is dedicated to advancing and supporting the creative community in Sonoma County. You can go forward one slide, please. The Economic Development Board is comprised of 4 program areas, and its operating expenditures are proposed to be $6.4 million for the fiscal year 2022-23. This represents a net change of roughly $819,000, which is a combination of increased funding related to higher collections of TOT for the tourism funding pass-through, a one-time broadband set-aside, and it is offset by decreases in visitor center and chamber funding, as well as a 1 FTE decrease that was subsequently approved as a permanent position by your board on April 5th. You can move forward a slide. This slide breaks down department expenditures by program area. Business assistance services includes much of the one-on-one technical assistance that we provide to businesses here in Sonoma County. Research and program development includes not only our research and reports, but events and cluster-specific activities such as outdoor rec and things of that nature. Broadband and Creative Sonoma are pretty self-explanatory. And it's important to note that the research and program development area here includes a $2.5 million pass-through to fund an agreement with Sonoma County Tourism. And also of note, you'll see that broadband shows 0 FTE there. I wanted to definitely point out that this is due to the fact that that position had been a time-limited position and was set to expire on June 30th. Your board has since taken action to make that a full-time permanent position on April 5th, and that will be included in supplementals. You can move forward another slide. Thank you. The transient occupancy tax is the primary source of funding for the Economic Development Board and accounts for roughly $6 million, including that aforementioned $2.5 million pass-through in funding. The $64,000 up there is primarily a broadband consortium grant from the California Public Utilities Commission. And under transfers, you'll see $348,000 there, which is primarily an MOU that we have with the Workforce Investment Board to fund some programming and positions, and a $143,000 grant that Creative Sonoma is currently using that sits with our foundation. Go forward another slide. Our key operational challenges include the fact that we are in a transitional phase right now. That presents a challenge, but also plenty of opportunities. Department staff are currently working with a Board of Supervisors ad hoc to create a vision for permanent leadership and the department. Though our business diversity program manager is well known and appreciated, the department gets fairly consistent feedback that we need to expand our capacity to serve businesses that have been traditionally marginalized, especially among BIPOC communities and among women-owned businesses. The EDB is a partner on an ARPA proposal that, if successful, will help to expand this capacity as well as forge and strengthen partnerships at an unprecedented scale. Finally here, The CPUC estimates that there are nearly 12,000 homes in Sonoma County that lack access to fast, reliable broadband. Staff have been working with County Council, the CAO's office, and Entry Point Networks, and is preparing to come before your board in July with an update for options on broadband governance models. More slide. So our key operational objectives. 1, we'll continue the broadband work that I just discussed. 2, we'd like to increase access and awareness of the Economic Development Board's programming with a focus on partnership with chambers and organizations that serve the area and are active in the unincorporated areas. This includes a plan to expand the capacity of our business diversity program, whether or not the previously mentioned ARPA application is successful. And finally, Creative Sonoma will engage the Board of Supervisors and community as it explores the potential for a percent for art ordinance. That is it for my presentation, and I'm happy to take questions.
Ethan, I want to thank you for not just the presentation right now, but just for my colleagues. Supervisor Corsi and I we've had a couple different meetings on our ad hoc with Economic Development Board, reviewed a lot of intake, and all that will come back to this board for review. The discussion about the internal operations, where you're connected to things, where you should be. So on the policy side, a lot of the discussion about the scoping, the existing, where we're at with EDB and the gap analysis that we could always say about where we're at. Do we want to keep where we're at? Do we want to stretch in some certain ways? That's all an opportunity for us to go into. So I'm going to pass it over to Supervisor Corsi, see if you have anything on this item.
Thanks, Ethan. The only question that I have is about the note that the CPUC estimates about 12,000 homes lack access to fast and reliable internet. Is affordability a concern to the CPUC? And how is that folded in with fast and reliable?
I would say that open access is important to CPUC. I think we're all trying to get to a place where we're getting ready to define that. The numbers that I included in my presentation are based solely on speed right now. And so I know that at the staff level, we are also looking at affordability, and that's a key piece of the model that we're helping to build with Entry Point Networks. And I know that that's very important to the board as well. So we're hoping to include those metrics in our presentation to the board in July.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisors on this end? Any questions on budget for Economic Development Board? As I said, we're going to come back with a pretty big flush out of this.
Great, thank you. I look forward to having a broader conversation. The chair will not let me do that at this time.
Let's talk about economic development.
Great work. We've come through 2
appreciate it,
years
Supervisor
of real
Gorin.
challenges, and yet you and your staff just keep chugging along. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to say thanks. And I really also appreciate the fact that we have regular check-ins and we're checking in on a lot of the programs that were described, in your report all the time. So thank you for your responsiveness and thank you for your work.
Thank you. Supervisor Rabbit, anything on this?
Ditto down the line. Appreciate those conversations and just staying abreast of all this going forward. Look forward to the continuing discussion on the budget cycle.
That's an ideal board hearing. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for your service. Please send our appreciation to all the staff that have worked through all this and a lot of uncertainty. Okay. We're going to move up in our schedule a little bit. Our Transportation and Public Works, I thank you for coming here a little bit earlier. I do see that we have Human Services and IHSS coming up afterwards. Director Stutzman, you're going to be able to come up, even if it's a couple minutes early before we. Okay, cool. Thank you. You don't have the same excuse with this department.
I have my
Okay.
intro ready. I have my intro
You
ready.
can't just read the
Besides-
PowerPoint and not provide specific answers to specific questions, sir. Thank you for being here. Thank you for taking on all of you. I have not only you standing here, but also Monique. I want to thank you for your service. I want to thank you for seeing you in the office on other things with SCAMC and for leaning in and making sure that we all understand the section of not just communicating always with department heads You always have an open door, even if he doesn't. I appreciate you all being here, and thank you. Let's get into it.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore, members of the board, Johannes with Transportation and Public Works. And in this budget, Supervisor Gore, I am heavy on the history and heavy on the learning. This is our project, one of the projects that we completed at the airport with the solar panels, solar parking lot, which makes the airport 100% on the renewable energy, which is a great project for us. Next slide. Transportation and Public Works budget, our operating budget is 157 million this year. For 22-23, it's 194 million. The net change is 37, roughly about 38 million. And about that amount is thanks to the board for the PG&E settlement and some of the other budgets that we've been working to deliver projects and capital infrastructure. This is a breakdown of the departmental expenditures. For the first time, the airport exceeded the budget of transit, and this is due to the terminal project. That's the $31 million. Next one. Department funding sources, general fund contribution, about 21 million. State and other departmental revenue exceeds over 140 million, which is typically our bread and butter. Next one. Key operational challenges for this year are going to be coordination of the general services and TPW merger, should the board approve that recommendation from the department, and balancing our supply chain issues and the cost of rising goods, which is estimated at between 7 and 8% currently. Next one. Where are my key operational objectives? Okay, the key operational objectives. We're determined to continue to deliver the 2017, 2019, and the flood projects, infrastructure resiliency plan, tier 1, and the pavement preservation program. As an update, we just opened bids for the tier 1 projects, 14.5 million, and also for the PPP for this year at 20.5 million. So we have over $32 million worth of pavement. Supervisor Rabbit, you like that? Going down this year. We expect to complete the airport by probably March 2023. And we are trying to form an assessment district, and one of the biggest projects that we've taken on in the last 5 or 6 years for a new bridge over the Russian River on Washington School Road. The only program change that we have is we want to change a position from landfill facility specialist to engineering technician, which would give us more flexibility with the task that we're taking on as the new Department of Public Works and Planning and General Services. That is the end of my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Well, I'll tell you, this is a similar one where we could take 4 hours and go through it. We all have so many projects we're working on with you, but I think I just want to start off. You mentioned the tier 1 and some of the other things. There's been times you've come before this board and you've talked about 2 different things with respect to budgeting that I just kind of want to get a sense on. One of them is your ability to get FEMA to move on some of the things that we're holding back on your ability to get projects done. So this isn't as much our tier 1 PG&E allocation of money into it, but this is more the reimbursements and the ability to get those projects on the ground. So I don't see this referenced here. I don't know if that's just kind of contained in a state, federal, and other funds kind of as a pass-through. Do you put that into the budget documents, or is that just something that you deploy?
We deploy as we go, Supervisor Gore. FEMA projects, I'm not considering as a challenge because it's just getting through the system and the process, right? So when we get ready to be reimbursed, we get reimbursed. And at this point with the 2017 projects, we delivered all the FEMA projects. We only have about 3 left that are Federal Highway Authority administration. The ones that we're almost there now are the 2019 projects. And we are working with FEMA, going through the process. Once we get those projects approved, ready to go to construction, We made a request to the board last year to allow us to borrow $13 million from an internal fund where we can go to construction immediately. And those projects include, among others, Moscow Road, Ford Ross Road, and West Side Avenue. So not too worried about them other than the FEMA process. I'm having to go through the motions.
The reason I asked that is that it was a couple months ago where I got a call from you and you said, hey, I might need help reaching out to FEMA. Is that not the case anymore?
It's not the case anymore.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Second question is that with respect to financing, a couple of years ago, you brought up an idea of using basically borrowing from your own fund. Borrowing, I can't remember if it was an old refuse fund or whatever it was,
Yes.
to try and front load a lot of infrastructure projects in the future so that we're basically, that fund balance that we're sitting on is at a conservative low risk, right? And being able to use that to get ahead on a lot of things and then almost kind of paying it back over time. Is that still something you're working on? Is that something that we're going to see as a part of a budget item maybe in the future?
We did that last year. We're ready to go. Once we start using that funding, then we'll come to the board with updates. But that's delivering the 2019 disaster projects.
That's what's delivering the 2019 disaster projects. So that's getting the money out onto the ground, and then you can backfill without pulling out of our general fund from FEMA to pay
Correct.
for those. Is that
Correct.
right?
Yes.
So it's more about just having the cash available to get those projects done.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's good. How is that referenced in your budget materials? Kind of back to that. I mean, that's the point about not as much decision-making authority, but is that something that I'm just trying to remember that item. I remember approving it, but I don't remember seeing if you had used it yet. Have you used any of it, or is that going to show up in
we
this
might.
budget documents? Or because TPW has a lot of different allocations in the county administration in terms of over the years, we've multiple times said, hey, tell us about this fund. And then you guys said, we don't have access to that fund, even though it's listed as TPW. And we got to come back and talk with Christina to kind of find where it's at. We've had that with tribal up in Dry Creek. We've had that with refuse funds out in Supervisor Hopkins districts. I think not refuse, transportation or transit. I can't remember what it was.
Health, right?
Yeah.
Egg fund also, it's like that.
Yes.
Yeah, mitigation, that's right.
Yeah. So the road fund is a special revenue fund that lives in TPW, and that is where we receive revenue from general fund. We receive revenue from SB1 and other sources. And the expenditures for the 2019 flood projects are going through the road fund. And so we're trying to use the refuse fund as a as a possible avenue for cash flow, like you mentioned, but we haven't had yet to use that. So
Okay.
the good news is we haven't yet dipped into that for a loan, but it's there if we need it.
Can you remind me, are you charging interest to yourself, or is it just a rotating, I mean, we say loan, but we're not charging interest on ourselves on that, are we?
The way the plan was established is that the road fund would cover any interest lost from the use of that fund,
Good.
if that makes sense.
Absolutely. That makes perfect sense. And so anytime you use that fund, do you have to come back to us for additional appropriations or for contracts, or is it just, I'm not interested in that. I don't need that. I'm just wondering if.
That's a
you have to
good
come back.
question. And we would need to come back to you if additional appropriations were required. So far, we haven't needed to do that.
But that's also a lot like what we see from you overall as for instance, the pavement preservation program, we allocate as a large item, authorize this much money, and then it comes back to us and we see our contracts come back, right?
Correct.
So same kind of thing.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. On this side, anything? Supervisor Rabbit?
Just thank you on the roads front. I mean, thank you for everything, and to your department as well for all the great work. It would be interesting. I think at some point we need to have a update regarding the construction costs associated with road paving. And also try to dive in deeper about the optimum level of annual paving that really is getting us the best bang for the buck. And I know it's going to be changing slightly because of the different costs of materials and whatnot. But it'd be good to kind of stay in front of that. It's great having the PG&E dollars adding a whole different component, but those will go away. And we want to make sure the pavement preservation program is going to be paving as many roads as miles of roads going forward. But I know because we added the larger scope with drainage and vegetation and everything else, that the dollars aren't going to go as far. So I think this board needs to make sure that we make a decision on how we want to make up for that, quite frankly, so that we can keep the pace up. That, and we did have a good conversation yesterday on bridges in disasters. And I know that that's one huge program that out of the bipartisan infrastructure bill that is unique with the local bridge dollars that are available. So hopefully, as those things start to roll out, we can take advantage of that, because I know that even though we have a pretty good clip of bridge replacement, we have too many bridges to replace, and not enough years to do that. But yesterday's conversation had to do with making sure that we strategically replace bridges, notwithstanding the condition, the grade of the bridge itself, but to look at, in earthquake, for instance, so that we're not isolating any particular area of the county, and we're able to survive in the aftermath of a major seismic event. So appreciate the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Rabbit. We have 9 bridges that are currently planned to be replaced. Actually, 8. We just replaced Boys Boulevard. We're replacing Little Waller, which is Marquez Creek and Waller Road. But we also have Big Waller, Wabma, Big Sulphur, Chalk Hill, Monterey, Lambert, and Pena Creek that we're working to replace. And those are seismic retrofit bridges. And that's different than the other bridges that we're replacing that may be either functionally obsolete or structurally deficient, which doesn't necessarily mean that they're unsafe, but we have to address things with them, like the width of the road, the lane, the guardrail, and issues like that. So we are on top of those and working on all those projects. Thank you.
Anything on this side, Supervisor?
Thank you for mentioning Watma Bridge. It's always interesting to me that former Supervisor Valerie Brown took original jurisdiction on the Watma Bridge decision because the neighbors were not happy that it was that somewhat historic bridge was going to be replaced. Sure would be good to get that finished by the time this supervisor completes her term. So just saying, yeah, I have a bucket list. You and I confer monthly on the bucket list, and I want to thank you for those updates, whether it's electrical vehicle charging stations, bike lanes. You will get those finished, bridge replacements, and a number of other things. I really appreciate your work. Also, really appreciate the fact that you want some more assistance dealing with some of the landfill issues. Trish is doing a fabulous job. Nowhere of all things, she may need some assistance dealing with some of that. And so it's just a pleasure to work with all of you. One question that I do have, and first of all, thank you, Janice, for your amazing work in getting the tier 1 plus 2 moved and scheduled of the road repaving. We had a question recently, and I know this came up years ago, about our inadequate grading of the roads for drainage. And no sooner do we get the road repaved when the water just comes up in the middle and degrades it. When we do move forward with repaving on some of those mountain roads or curvy-heeled roads, do we beforehand look at how the drainage is happening and make those adjustments to the drainage, or do we just pave over?
Janice? Supervisor Gorin, approximately, I want to say 2-3 years ago, we changed the pavement preservation program to include drainage and culvert replacement.
Great.
So what we do is we look at the swales, And some roads, for instance, we have cattle guards, right? And all that, and we try to remove them when we can. We have a project actually on Cherry Creek that we're trying to do that on a dirt road. So we try to do all the drainage, replacing all the colors that we can ahead of the paving project, and then we'll pave it or grade the road, and definitely it will last longer.
Great. I forwarded that question to Janice. I assume that she will respond to the Bennett
will.
Ridge area because
Mhm.
one of many having some drainage issues. Again, thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Supervisor?
No questions this time, just gratitude, honestly, for all of the work, and appreciate the focus in the presentation on trying to complete those damaged projects, get those FEMA projects in West County across the finish line. But just thank you, and I look forward to continuing the investment in our road system and the next round of the 2-year pavement preservation plan. We'll start those conversations early next year. Is that right?
Yep. Yes,
Great.
we do. Yeah.
Perfect. Looking forward to it. Thank you so much. You guys do fantastic work.
Thank you, Supervisor Hopkins. We haven't talked about Tier 3 yet, but your generational projects are almost done. And I can tell you, we replaced a heck out of retaining walls in your district. And we've also made a lot of improvements to the communications infrastructure, which I know you're a huge supporter, working with the 5th District. So we'll probably bring an update to the board on that front sometime this year.
Thank you. The one thing I want to bring up is just because it is in your key operational objectives is you talk about the formation of an assessment district for planning and construction of a permanent bridge on Washington School Road over the Russian River in Asti. This is the Asti Bridge. And I know you and I and council will have an upcoming meeting. And if needed, we will do a closed session or something in between to kind of analyze where we're at with the formation of that. We're definitely in the world where all of these things, linking them together takes a lot of work to get to reality. I also want to applaud you for some of the members of your staff and of your extra help teams, your extra help individuals. I know Adrian Garialdi, who's working with you after, I think, 5 submissions, you guys finally got a FEMA grant for an area of the Russian River. Supervisor Hopkins, we used to work a lot on these where to do about $1 million. I think about like the Corbell property. We have one that we've worked significantly on. This board has passed even emergency measures for us to protect that road from losing all of that land. We can't protect everybody's private land, but from erosion, but we can if we're worried about losing a $40 million piece of infrastructure in the process in those issues. So I know there's a lot of stuff there that has yet to be seen. So thank you very much. I want to appreciate you all for being here with us.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. We have a full-time person and Adrian Garialdi working on hazard mitigation grants, and we've been very successful with Geyserville, Rio Nito, Villa Grande, and the Geyserville drainage projects. On the Asti Bridge, we're bringing an item to the board on May 24th to award a contract to start the environmental work for the project. Hopefully we'll get some grants and secure funding to do the design and go to construction relatively soon after that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're doing pretty good. I want to thank you guys for being with us. Oh, yeah, absolutely. But apologize, we have listed on the agenda both yesterday and today. We have public comment on all of the items at once, and this is in the afternoon. But let me see, what time is it? Yeah, I understand. I understand your frustration. I will. I'll let you come up and do a public comment on this item, but I just want to acknowledge, Dwayne, I don't know if you're going to be here in the afternoon or tomorrow. You might not have seen this, but I don't want to make you wait here for 2 hours to make a public comment. Yeah, well, you can come on up and let's do this. And then just just knowledge for, I think, later today, tomorrow. And then as we get into the formal budget hearings in June, is that we usually take now public comment on like 7 items that we do in a day at once. And then we go to public comment on items not listed on the agenda afterwards. So
I like to comment after I hear what the city or county.
I understand. I understand. I'll take that into consideration for the budget. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, pleasure to see you. Yeah, me too.
Thank you for the presentation that just occurred. My name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I'm also from the Laughlin family. There's a road, Laughlin Road, that has a bridge that needs to be replaced.
Sure
Through the
does.
chair, we're not hearing in Zoom here.
With that in mind, I'm going to keep speaking because you usually take the time off anyway. With that, going forward, Laughlin Road Bridge needs to be repaired as soon as possible, especially because of its access to the south side of Airportville. Next week, you're hearing a matter about the improvement of a wine country hotel project, and it's off of North Laughlin Road. This is going to increase a lot of traffic out there. You need to get that bridge repaired. It's been used as a single one-lane bridge for decades. It's not safe, and it wasn't even mentioned today in what he just said. So this is really important to bring it up to the top. I have no financial interest in it. I just want to see safety in our community. Also, Moreland Avenue upgrades to the south of Santa Rosa. Please just don't look at it like, well, someday it'll be annexed. That happened to Roseland and it took 40 years. So it's in the county. It's a county responsibility. Please take care of Moreland Avenue. Last but not least, a time-specific public comment period for citizens is really a good thing. Something where you can actually see ahead of time an actual time when people can be here to participate. This is especially true not just for the closed session items, which are always nebulous and floating, but for non-agenda items too. I'll leave you with this thought. Thank you, Mr. Robert and Mr. Rabbits. Excuse me. I'm so excited I called him Roberts, like Roberts Road. But Mr. Rabbit, thank you for standing up to not have you folks move to Santa Rosa. Stay here where we own the land and make it better. Save us money. It's all going to come out for the good. I'll leave you with one last nice thought. And that's that it's going to be a better day today than it was yesterday.
Yes, it is.
Be grateful, not hateful. All the best to you all.
Blessings to you too. Thank you
sir.
very much, sir. Okie dokie. So we'll go on to our next item. I want to ask Human Services and IHSS, Angela and crew, to kind of come forward. We don't get to see you so often anymore. It's a pleasure to see you. And thank you for stepping up, leading the department heads and organization and agencies. Appreciate, I sometimes refer to it as Doha, but Doha is a place in the Middle East where they had a World Trade Organization meeting years ago that you fly in and out of, but it's Daha. So I apologize for calling it Doha every once in a while. Department and Agency Heads Association, I believe. I don't know if it's an association or agency or whatever, but I want to thank you for that. So pass it over to you for both presentations.
And thank you. Through the chair, we're not hearing the staff table microphones.
Is that better?
Yep.
There we go. Thank
That
you.
is.
I'm Angela Struckman, Director of the Human Services Department. I have with me today Roy DeHalos, and he's my Finance Director. He'll be running the show. So we'll just dive into the Human Services budget and the IHSS budget for fiscal year 22-23. Human Services is comprised of an admin services division and 4 program divisions. And we called out here our pass-through funds as well, because that's a significant portion of the revenue that we receive, and we want to show that separately and how that plays into our overall budget. Before I dig into the numbers, I just do want to recognize all of the staff in Human Services. Through thick and thin, through fires and pandemics, they're out there providing the services to the community. And in 2021, our services touched about 145,000 residents in our county, which is approximately 1 in 3 people. So I just want to say kudos to the staff for supporting the community through our programs. You'll see here in our operating expenditures, in our current fiscal year, we're around $272 million with 941.55 FTE. Looking ahead to the recommended budget, it's closer to $276 million with an increase to 956.55 FTE. That net change is about $3 million, and that's primarily just the cost of doing business, increase in salaries, increase in contracting with our community partners. And then you see there's an increase of about 15 FTE, and that's primarily, those are positions we added throughout the current fiscal year, which includes 12 positions supporting our adult and aging mandated program expansion, 6 positions in our employment and training division for our housing and disability advocacy program, and 2 positions as part of the ARPA administration in our contracts unit. And then we also allowed expiration of 5 vacant time-limited positions that goes into that overall amount. I also represent the in-home supportive services public authority budget, and that consists of 1 public authority manager. For the current fiscal year, our adopted budget was $1.42 million. And for the upcoming fiscal year, the recommended budget is $1.17 million. That's a net decrease of about $248,000, and that's primarily just due to a right sizing of this budget and having a more accurate depiction of our operating expenditures. And here you'll see our overall department expenditures. That top line, as I mentioned, is sort of pass-through funding. So that's funding that comes into our admin services division and is basically passed on to our operating divisions to run the programs. Here you can see all of the operating divisions by budget and FTE to the right. If you look at the gross departmental expenditures, it's about $373 million. But then if you take out those departmental transfers of about $97 million, which includes our realignment funding from the state, it includes federal and state allocations and also county general fund. If you remove those transfers within the department, we're looking at a net operating expenditure of about $276 million. Looking at our funding sources, the general fund contribution is approximately $28 million, which represents about 7.5% of our total of $373 million. We have fees and charges for services, which is things like copy fees, subpoena fees. And then the bulk of our funding comes from state, federal, and other sources, which is approximately $239 million, and that represents about 64% of our total revenue. We have some other departmental revenue, which are things like small grants and contributions. We're expecting to put a tiny amount of money towards our fund balance for the next fiscal year. We're looking at about $16,000. And again, I'm calling out the transfers and reimbursements within our department. And that also includes some revenues that we receive from other departments, I think namely the Department of Health Services and Probation. And that there's a little bit of ARPA funding in there as well. Looking at our state and federal challenges and opportunities, the first is the Family First Prevention Services Act in our Family, Youth, and Children Division. This is legislation that's moving our child welfare services away from institutional care and more into in-home services for kids. And it's significantly increasing our prevention efforts in the community. We also have an expansion in our CalWorks program in the Employment and Training Division. And this is providing expanded benefits to women in all stages of pregnancy and for a full year after giving birth. We have some new state legislation that is lowering the definition of an elder from 65 to 60 in our adult and aging services. And so that will allow our adult protective services to start working with people at risk of abuse and neglect 5 years earlier than previously allowed. And then lastly, we have in our economic assistance division, we have a significant expansion of the Medi-Cal coverage for individuals in our community. One piece of that is that it's going to include full scope Medi-Cal coverage for all adults over 50, regardless of immigration status. And it also raises the asset limit for individuals from $2,000 per individual to $130,000 per individual. So that's going to be a great expansion of Medi-Cal benefits in our community. Next slide. Our key operational challenges, again, include the Family First Prevention Services Act, and it's just an operational challenge for us to be able to implement all of the changes that come along with that. in a short period of time with sometimes little guidance from the state. For economic assistance, we're looking at a big change with our eligibility and case management system. The state is requiring us to go to one system across the state. So all counties are going through this in stages. This will affect most of the programs in our department in some way or another. And although we're not scheduled to go live until fall of 2023 with the switchover, it takes this long to prepare. So we're already preparing and we'll be doing so all of next fiscal year. And then responding to community need, like many other departments, we're having significant challenges with staffing, both with retaining staffing, but even more so with bringing in new staff when we have vacant positions. And because of that, and because of the increased demand for services during the pandemic, it's been difficult for us to keep up with that need with the decreased staffing. And we have had increased wait times for services and benefits. Some of our key operational objectives in human services include our racial equity efforts, so working closely with Alegria and the Department of Equity. We did a survey across all of our staff. We had over 50% of our staff take the survey, which was hundreds of people. With that survey and the baseline results that we received, we're putting together a department strategic plan for our equity work. We're putting together equity training for all levels of staff, starting with supervisors and managers because of the important role they play in supporting staff and culture in our department. And then we are also looking to improve some of our department processes, hiring, recruitment, promotions, that sort of thing across the department, because we've seen some areas where there are clearly barriers for staff of color, and we're looking to address those areas. And then after that, certainly we will be looking at the services that we provide to the community and how access and availability of our services is carried out for all populations across the entire county. Next is some objectives around our information technology. So during the pandemic, we saw a huge increase in sort of cyber attacks and checks into our system to see what our vulnerabilities are, and realize that we really need to more closely connect with our information services department at the county to partner to have more resources around the security of our data and of our client data and our resiliency, through cyber attacks, through disasters. So we're forging a closer partnership with ISD. And then regarding neighborhood services, which I know is important to many of you, we're continuing to work with the board and with other departments to evaluate where we need to get out into the community. And that could look like brick and mortar satellite centers. That could include a mobile outreach van that we had received some funding for through the strategic plan money that we're exploring with General Services right now and in conjunction with the Child Support Services Department. So those are some of our key operational objective areas. A couple of the primary strategic plan objectives that we'll be looking to complete in the coming fiscal year include creating a no wrong door approach for clients who need services in the county. We're working closely with our safety net partners to create some resource materials and training for frontline staff that are at our reception desks and out serving the community, so that no matter where somebody comes into the county system, we're able to get them to the right place with a warm handoff or some helpful information, as opposed to just sending them across town to another building in another department. The second objective that we're working on this year is working with the safety net departments to track data using our results-based accountability framework. And this will help us to track data, to form common outcome measures across the safety net, to evaluate our collective impact on the community, as opposed to just counting how many people we're serving or how many services we provided, but how does it really make a difference? And then our program change requests for the upcoming fiscal year, we are requesting 15 additional positions. I can let you know that the funding has been identified and secured for these positions, and I'll just quickly let you know what they are. We have a full-time deputy public administrator, guardian conservator, and that is for our adult and aging division to handle our increased legal caseload. We're struggling to keep up, especially in our public administrator caseload, and so we need some additional staff to help with that. We have one full-time senior eligibility specialist that we're requesting in economic assistance, and this is to handle our greatly increased Medi-Cal caseload during the pandemic. We are requesting one program development manager in family, youth, and children to administer that new FFPSA legislation and program that I've mentioned, and also a 1.0 program planning and evaluation analyst, which is a time-limited position in family, youth, and children, also to help administer the new FFPSA legislation. We are requesting 2 social service worker 3s, which are time limited in family, youth, and children division to support emergency response for the community. We're requesting 2 social service worker 1-2s in family, youth, and children to help us meet the mandate for having children visit with their parents. We found that difficult during the pandemic due to some staffing shortages, so we really need some additional help in that area. We are requesting 1 CPS social worker supervisor in family, youth, and children, and that's specifically to help again with supervising that emergency response to the community for calls regarding child welfare. Requesting 1 full-time senior office assistant in our admin services just to offer general clerical support. We've found in human services that we often add a lot of staff to the direct service delivery, but don't always add staff to some of those support services like our admin services, our HR, our IT services. So we're trying to do more of that. And then lastly, we are requesting a full-time database administrator. We've been moving a lot of our IT services to the cloud for better resiliency and security, and we need somebody to help us manage that new environment in the cloud. It looks like a 0 FTE because we are offsetting it by a deletion of 1 full-time vacant systems and programming analyst in administrative services. And then if you look over to the right, the $2,100, that's just the difference between the position that we're deleting and the position that we're adding. It's $2,100 more for the new position. We're requesting 1 full-time public assistance systems specialist, which is time limited, to support the transition to that CalSAWS eligibility system that we have coming next fall. Requesting 1 full-time program development manager to manage our non-law enforcement personnel in our special investigations unit, which helps us look for welfare fraud. And that's offset by deletion of 1 vacant social service worker 4 in that unit. Requesting 1 full-time accounting technician in our admin services division, and this is just for fiscal support of our adult and aging services. And then last but not least, requesting 1 full-time administrative aide in our finance branch in administrative services, and this is offset by deletion of 1 full-time vacant office support supervisor for that difference of $9,000. So that concludes my formal presentation, and I'm very happy to answer any questions.
You know, I remember one of your predecessors, Jerry Dunn, used to stand here before our board and had a constant refrain, which was every day of the week, of the month, and of the year, we have to deal with a change in law, statute, regulation, or funding. So you look at these high-level numbers, you look at hundreds of millions of dollars to serve our community, you look at this beast of an agency to manage. I say that in a beautiful way, right? It's there's so much there and so much needed, and also so much that you have to go after. It's a very unique thing with us because most of the stuff is passed through. And so I want to thank you for bringing these forward, but also with the identified funding. You know, for us, it's usually establish an ability to get a trusted relationship with you, understand where you're going, with you all to be able to justify that, and then for us to think about where are those areas of the general fund that we can help supplement innovation, right? I do want to ask you about one of these in particular on your additional FTEs, because it links with some work that Supervisor Corsi and I did on Measure O implementation with Tina Rivera and others. It links to a larger issue in our community with the care court that Governor Newsom and others have talked about, and it's this guardian conservatorship deputy public administration on that side. You know, we get a lot of notes from individuals who are lost in the system. And we get into this issue of, I mean, it is very complex. and you have to respect people's rights and you have to do it in the right way. But you all have a role. The public defender has a role, right? The courts and their ability to look at it or not. Health has a role. The care court's proposal is above and beyond, let's call it version 3 of Laura's Law, right? Version 1 was an opt-in program. Version 2 was an opt-out program. Version 3 is care courts, and still at this point without funding to take on those services, which is one of the main reasons that the California State Association of Counties and you all are still negotiating with the administration rather than just saying we're all in, because we'd have to pull that out of other services. I do not want to get into a long conversation about this. What I'd like to do is ask you, what is the right avenue to bring this forward? Maybe when we bring a review of our homeless item, because it is linked with that, whatever kind of an update, but I really would want to even consider the second half of this year as identifying a time where you could bring it forward and have a discussion with us. You know, we passed an opt-out on Laura's Law on consent last year. That's not something I want to do again, because this is a gap. And as you know, is that it's one of these that is hugely needed for you to work in various areas. So I'm not asking you about like the meat and potatoes of how to fix this, but more what's the right way for us to work with you? Would you want an ad hoc to work on this with you? Would you want to look kind of reboot with the Measure O ad hoc that still exists? Maybe in a conversation with Tina, and then think about a board briefing. Would you want to link it with homelessness? What are ways that we can help you with not just an FTE, but on this important issue?
I think if there's an existing ad hoc that could pivot and bring people together around this topic, that would be great. In human services, we're trying to still clarify what our specific role is going to be in the care courts and trying to get clarification from the state. So, but we want to be a full partner in this. And so, yes, if there's an ad hoc that could be pivoted to start working on this, we'd love to be a part of that. And then, you know, of course, advocacy for funding, and we're working through our County Welfare Directors Association on that. And again, to get clarification about our role. But it has a lot of potential for the community. It's a really big and creative change in the way that we serve the people, some of the most vulnerable in our community. But we definitely need more specifics and funding behind that from the governor to be able to really make this work.
Christina Rivera.
Thank you, Chair Gore. The legislation is being heard this week and next week. This is the care court legislation that it's one of Governor Newsom's priorities. We are working through the County Administrators County Executives Group to understand this better. And so my suggestion there, part of what you were talking about, the second half of the fiscal year when we revisit our calendar and understand what's in front of us, I think that's a real good opportunity to bring the care court conversation with the different departments that are being affected. Public defender noticed it yesterday in his key issues as something that is coming down for them. There's a lot of definition going on about it. Right now, the governor's administration is estimating it's going to be a very low number of people that are going to be subjected to this type of program. So it's coming fast. We are working with departments, public defender starting with, and we also want to engage the courts, because even the judges right now are feeling a little bit uninformed and unable to really understand how much caseload court is really going to come their way and whether or not they can afford it. So all this to say that I think your suggestion of revisiting it as the legislation coming down to us, once the bill has more meat, we can bring it to you in the second half.
Yeah, and I just maybe before the second half of the year or in the second half of the year, let's start with a check-in with the Measure O ad hoc, because we have allocated resources towards this. And Marissa Montenegro already pulled together, as you say, as a list of conservatorship, the basically the gap analysis with a group of you all that lent into that. And a lot of that actually informed, we shared that with Jason Elliott, who is the architect of this, in the governor's office. So just a request to bring that through to Measure O, obviously, you even allocating an additional FTE, and the other department heads bringing it up. I think it benefits a conversation, and I might put a information request in for something like, what are the existing resources that go towards conservatorship, the FTEs and the other things, and what do we, where are the results? Because as you say appropriately, this is not a huge population, but it is a huge, what you would call high needs, not always homeless, but population. The resources that go towards it. I mean, we have individuals that links with the jail, links with all different other areas. So thank you very much. Other supervisors, I'm going to start down on this side. Supervisor Gorin and Hopkins.
Thank you. And I don't have specific questions, but like the chair and you and many other departments, there's a buzz in Sacramento about the CARES program, and we all have our fears and concerns about what this actually means, and will there be money and services to actually get on the back end. I mean, holding a court hearing is one thing, but what happens after that? So I welcome the opportunity to have that discussion. And thank you for the update, Christina, about all of the conversation that's happening in the county.
Supervisor Hopkins, anything on this?
No, just really looking forward to bringing the conversation back to the board at a future date to really talk about those wraparound supportive services and, having the conversation about Laura's Law and the governor's recent action. So thank you for bringing that up.
Okay, great.
And thank you for all of your fantastic work.
Thank you. Thank you. Supervisor?
Yeah, thanks. And if we can help as the Measure O ad hoc, I'm very much interested in getting deeper into this, the care court conservatorships. Angela, your item for the FTE talks about conservatorship, but it doesn't talk about care court. It talks about adult and aging services and increased caseload. Is that an increased caseload across the board on conservatorships, or is this specific to adult and aging, or are older folks in the population?
I mean, there are two different types of conservatorship. There's one for the mental health population, and there's one for the senior population. Certainly, the population of those that are seniors in our community is growing, and so I think that's partially in response to that, and just partially in response to sort of always needing more resources around the work that we do. Again, in the public guardian's office, we also do public administrator work, and we have a giant backlog of estates and things that went into probate that we haven't been able to process for people that are years behind. And so that's another area of our adult and aging public guardian conservator administrator area that we need some additional support. If the care court legislation comes into effect and that has an effect on our adult and aging on that program, we would certainly be able to use then additional resources to help with that as well. It's
Okay.
not specific to that.
And the population is growing just by lowering the age limit for.
Partially, yes.
Now-
By expanding, yes, the
Everyone over
definition
60
of elder or senior. But just in general, our community here in Sonoma County is growing greatly in those over 60 years old.
Just a note that I hope the private sector acknowledges that by lowering the age for senior discounts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor?
I'll have to practice yelling at kids to get off my lawn. Thank you for all the work.
Thank you.
Really, thank you to your department, everyone within the department, and for your leadership there. I just have a real quick question on the IHSS. I mean, IHSS is a huge component of work within the county. And I know that we're midterm. We seem to be very involved with IHSS, obviously, through negotiation periods, and then it kind of just works its way through, and which is great because it's functioning. But can you just give us a brief overview of, do you know right now how many providers are out there, how many people are being served, and can you remind us when that contract term is up that will come back to us?
The last count of individuals in the community receiving IHSS services was over 6,000 people. I believe the number of providers is closer to between 4,000 and 5,000. So right there, we have a clear shortage in the number of providers that are available for IHSS consumers. That's something that we're working on, is to try to bring in more care providers. During the pandemic, there were a lot of complications around that, as far as going into people's homes and keeping our most vulnerable clients safe, by still providing in-home care. So we're trying to sort of creatively revamp our efforts to get in more care providers because we don't have enough for the people who need them. Now, in IHSS, you can use family and friends to be providers as well, but our job is to keep a registry of providers that sort of meet the qualifications and are available to provide the services that people have been granted through IHSS, and we just don't have enough people. So that's a constant challenge, and even more so during the pandemic. The term for the current MOU is up in September of 2023. Roy just let me know, thank you. So we'll be looking at renegotiating then, probably coming up next year sometime.
Thank you for that. I appreciate the update. I really do. And thank you again for all the work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I
Thanks
appreciate
everyone for your
time,
support.
yeah.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, so for the board, we are going to go to public comment on consent calendar items. And thank you very much. For closed session, and then we're going to go into closed session. We only have one item to address in closed session. Reminder, Sonoma Valley County Sanitation District to consider. The question I have with this is it for the whole board or is it just for Supervisor Gorin and I? Okay, so what that means is for the rest of Supervisor Gorin, I'll see you in the antechamber and directly after this, and maybe we'll hammer through that. And then for the rest of the board, we will be back at 1:30 to continue afternoon sessions with Child Support Services. And so with that being said, I'm going to open it up for public comment on the closed session items. Anybody here in the chambers? Oops. Seeing none. Anybody online, Marcy? Or no one?
Thank you. A reminder, please raise your hand if you want to comment on the closed session item today. Thank you. There's no one wishing to comment on this.
That's a good point. Do you want to go now? You're here. You don't want to wait? You don't want to come back in an hour and a half?
The only concern with that is it's one thing for ones in the morning to do it. We've got time certain next to it in case the public want to hear this particular presentation. I would wait.
I'm sorry, my lawyer has told me that you have to stay for 2 hours. So, okay, thank you. We will be back at 1:30. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. Do we have, are we live?
Sounds good. We can hear you.
There we go. Okay, coming back from our recess for closed session. And I'm going to pass it directly over to our team, Child Support Services. Janine.
Mr. Chair.
And,
Closed session report out.
oh, closed session report out. That's right. Yeah, we do that, don't we? Yeah, okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, go right to it.
Hi, Debbie Latham, Assistant County Counsel, doing the closed session report out today. On Tuesday, April 26, 2022, the Board of Supervisors, or the Board of Directors, excuse me, of the Sonoma Valley County Sanitation District considered in closed session conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, potential initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D4, one potential case. Direction was given to staff, no further reportable action. And that concludes the closed session report out.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thanks for the reminder. Okay, let's pass it over. Please introduce everybody and let's get going. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Gore, Supervisors, Assistant County Administrator Rivera, County Counsel Latham, and members of the public. I'm Shanine DeMartinez, Director of Child Support Services, and joining me today is Renata Amantidi, our Administrative Services Officer, and Gigi Murder, our Program Development Manager and our historian in the program. As you know, and for the benefit of the public, Child Support Services is an essential part of the county's safety net program. It is also the third leading anti-poverty program in the country. As someone who personally benefited from the services of this program, I can say that regular, stable income really makes a difference in the quality of a child's life. It did mine. Sonoma County's child support program consistently ranks in the 10th percentage of California. And although I'm fairly new to the county, I can understand why this is true. I've been extremely impressed and encouraged by the commitment of our employees and this board to provide innovative, high quality, and equitable services to the community through outstanding collaboration. Since moving here, this county has really captured my heart. Next slide. The department operates with one division, working with parents to provide a full range of legal and administrative functions required to obtain and enforce child support orders, as well as to collect and distribute money to families. Of our 66 employees, 62 are engaged in providing direct services to the community, and 4 are dedicated to administrative functions. Our department, as you know, is in the third year of a state-mandated budget reduction plan, which is reflected in our fiscal year 22-23 proposed budget of approximately $11.8 million. This represents about a $1 million reduction from the current year and is resulting in a reduction of 12 vacant positions. These are positions that have been held vacant in anticipation of reduced state and federal funding. However, it's also important to know that the workload has declined as there is a continuing trend of declining caseloads both in California and throughout the country. Apart from that, the work has been absorbed primarily through technology enhancements and work restructuring. We also had some shared services agreements with other local child support agencies that expired and were not renewed due to a lack of available staffing to perform the work. Once again, our budgeted expenditures are $11.8 million, and as our budget is shrinking, we are closely managing our costs and continue to look for innovative ways to do more with less, or more accurately, to do the same with less. The department is funded by state and federal funding, which has been flat for 15 years. This requires continuous reorganizing in order to absorb year-to-year cost increases. On a brighter note, I'm excited about state and federal program changes underway to better meet the needs of today's families and to support a more family-centered approach to supporting the well-being of children. New requirements of the flexibility, efficiency, and modernization in child support enforcement program, or as we like to refer to it, the federal final rule, will be implemented to address inequities in service outcomes for economically and socially challenged families. For example, the final rule provides the requirement that child support orders are based on the non-custodial parent's earnings, income, and other evidence of ability to pay that takes into consideration the basic sustenance needs of the non-custodial parent. The new guidelines will require gathering and analyzing information from a broad spectrum of sources not previously utilized or currently available through automated interfaces. Also, the state is implementing a flexible enforcement model, which will give families more input to and control over their case. This signals the state's intent to move away from a one-size-fits-all model of child support enforcement and recognizes that every parent we serve has a unique story. We are here to provide exactly what will fit our customers' needs. This is a very significant change and exciting development for the program. However, these changes will require more effort on part of our caseworkers to conduct research and provide more individualized attention to customers' needs. At this point, it's too early to know the magnitude of these impacts, but we are working closely with our association and the State Department of Child Support Services to understand the full impacts as they begin implementing the changes. The department's operational challenges are that we continue making staffing and other cut reductions suggested by the state while ensuring no impact to the quality of services. Specifically, we've reduced our caseworker and other vital staff by 20% in the last 2 years, which impacts the reach of this program. Thankfully, the reductions have been accomplished through normal attrition and retirements. We will continue these right-sizing efforts for at least 2 to 3 more years. At the same time, as I mentioned before, we have expansive program changes requiring more, not fewer, resources. So in light of these challenges and other county priorities, there are 3 operational objectives I would like to highlight. The first is to increase collections by 2% per family by implementing new case management practices, investing heavily in employee training and development, and utilizing technology to simplify and increase access to services. The second objective is to expand community and business outreach so that we continue getting the message out to the community about who we are and what we do. In March, we launched our social media platforms, and we're looking forward to collaborating with the county's communications team and also connect with Supervisors' social media platform to really help us get the word out. We're partnering also with the state's very talented marketing team to develop a marketing plan, which will include the use of mobile office, as Angela mentioned earlier, to reach underserved populations in the community, and county's No Wrong Door program. The third objective is related to the county's strategic pillar to advance equity, diversity, and inclusion. We're excited to be participated in the Bay Area Child Support Equity Program Collaborative Work Group. Together, we are exploring ways to evaluate the demographics and needs of our collective customers, as well as to deliver trainings and provide resources to our own departments. Of course, I'm consulting with Alegria at the Office of Equity to ensure that these efforts align with the county's own initiatives already underway. The department requests for your consideration 2 position changes critical to the department's success. These changes have been vetted with human resources and found to be appropriate for our organization's need and structures. The first is to convert 1 child support attorney 4 to a chief attorney. The chief attorney will serve as attorney of record for our department and will serve as formal liaison with the courts, consulting with judges, commissioners, and other court personnel, and the family law facilitator, and will provide management oversight of the child support legal unit, including supervision of attorneys. The second is to convert 1 program planning and evaluation analyst, which has been vacant for some time, to a department analyst as a better fit for the department's administrative needs and to improve the department's ability to prepare for and respond to disasters and emergencies. The net annual cost of both of these actions is $8,287, paid with allocated state and federal resources. That concludes my presentation, and I welcome your questions or comments.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You know, whenever we review this item, I think about what you do and what you do to make sure that families are accountable for the most basic element of life and society. And I appreciate it. And I hope, I know we all do, and I hope you let your staff know too, when we look at that, that, this is a public service at its basic and most important level. We just before had human services up, and I think about all the work in child protective services. I think about all the work in the amazing consortium of care that comes around, that sits. One of the first tours I took as a supervisor, sat around with departments, 7 different departments, to surround themselves around each individual kid and make sure that they don't fall into dire situations by upstream investments like this. And if they do, how do we get back into the right place at the right time? And so it's a pleasure. And so I'm going to open it up to my colleagues and see if there's any questions or comments. Supervisor Corsi.
I don't have any questions about your budget presentation, but I do have a question about I'm not familiar with how the legislature decided that we needed less of what you're doing. Can you talk about that?
Well, if you're referring to the flat funding scenario, is that what you're referring to?
Flat funding from both state and the feds for 15 years, but
Yeah.
But also the downsizing that's actually going on now too.
Well, I think the pendulum has swung back and forth in terms of support for this program, right? And a definitive upswing for support, both nationally and at the state level. So there are 2 budget proposed right now. The governor's budget, an additional $20 million for the child support program that would go towards the 30 most underfunded counties, of which Sonoma is not one. But it would definitely support the program as a whole. But recognizing that that's still not sufficient to provide even the most basic of services across the state, the Child Support Directors Association has also submitted an additional proposal of additional $30 million above and beyond that to help actually close the gap on the deficit, and also to provide additional funding, of which we could receive a small amount in anticipation of the federal final rule changes to the program.
Okay. It's disappointing and maybe not very surprising that this becomes a red and blue issue, which is what I assume you're talking about when you talk about swing back and forth. That's how crazy politics in this country are right now. I'm impressed that you're number 4 in the state. Next time, though, you got to be underfunded so you can get more money, though. But you have to stay at number 4, even if you're underfunded.
Yeah,
That's a noble challenge.
Yeah.
I will say that many counties have chosen to contribute general fund money to the budget of child support, recognizing the investment as a good one, considering that there is federal match to any general fund dollars of 2 to 1. So that is certainly worth considering for the future.
Okay. So I opened myself right up for that one, didn't I? All right. Thank you all for your work.
Yeah.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you as well. And thank you for your leadership, and thank you to all the staff that have been working tirelessly on behalf of all the families in Sonoma County. Very much appreciate that. And it is quite interesting in the kind of, as you mentioned, how the pendulum swinging back and forth. And I appreciate actually you advocating on behalf, as you should, for the department. But I don't really have any other questions other than, as we move forward, how best to serve the department to make sure that we can stay on top of that, help you meet the goals that you set, and make sure that you have the resources to do so. So very much appreciate the work.
Thank you so much.
Supervisor Gordon, Supervisor Hopkins.
Thank you so much. And I want to congratulate you for still being a high performer. Knowledge that you have made the shift and the transition 20% fewer employees. I am just totally in awe of the great staff work of all of you, able to keep up your success, your services to the community with many, many fewer employees. So that speaks volumes about your dedication and innovation and passion and commitment. So thank you so much. I wish we didn't have to have this department, but we have it, and I'm so glad that you're there.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin.
I don't know how you're doing it, but I'm really grateful that you are and fully supportive of the very minor program change request. And I really look forward to continuing this conversation into the future and talking about what level of general fund is appropriate, because I do see this as an absolutely critical upstream investment program. It's really, really important. And as someone who also actually benefited from the efforts of a county in Southern California around the same kind of thing, I can personally attest to how important it is to make sure that parents are held accountable for financial contributions to their children. So thank you for the work that you do, and just really appreciate the fact that you have all been able to just pick up and keep carrying this ball forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anything you want to leave us with?
Well, I've heard two references to holding parents accountable. And I do just want to say that for the most part, parents do want to be accountable. They do want to support their children and provide for them. They come to us at a time that's really difficult and where there are feelings of shame and failure around their relationships. So it's really important that we can provide not just the legal services that we do, but understand that there may be other needs that they need as well. For example, help with employment. And I would just want to say that the safety note program in this county is phenomenal, and being able to work with the other county department heads to ensure that all of those needs are met really makes this a more successful program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, so next up, I think we have a couple items that will take the full amount of the time allocated to them. I don't think we'll be rushing through these items, unfortunately. Why don't you come on up here, Mr. Kiff? Would love to have you. Mrs. Rivera and I believe Paul, right? Is that Paul Wood? That's what I thought. Okay. So I say this because, once again, I don't know if you saw from our earlier conversation, we're trying not to we're doing a good job of not diving into the esoteric ideas of legislating during a budget workshop every single policy issue that's going to come before the board or could on these issues. Having said that, I would really love to look at your budget and then just get some clarity around reminder to ourselves of what's coming forward to us before we get too much, because I don't want to take us into all the forums and the public hearings that we're going to have on things like the revamp of of our policies on whether it's vehicle code and RVs or over to safe parking program and implementation. But I would like us to make sure we take the full half hour to kind of look through your budget, number one, and then with some of the other things to just make sure we understand what we're tracking for the rest of the year and where you're at in implementation of things and what we might see you coming back with items. Because I anticipate some of these things that we've, like if you think about the safe parking program, we allocated a couple $2 million towards last year. It's like, where's that in? That's like with the budget cycle. Are we going to see consent calendar items? Is it already agreed upon, or where is it? So as opposed to us talking about specific encampments and policies and changes we want to see, I'd really love us to just get our hands on the structure, the skeleton of what you think is going to come before us over the rest of the year. So first of all, it's good to see you, never-ending interim director, Mr. Dave Kiff. Pass it to you.
Chair Gore and supervisors. Again, my name is Dave Kiff. I'm the interim director of the Community Development Commission. For the folks at home, the Community Development Commission houses things like the Housing Authority. And in fact, House is a very important part of what we do. We work with, and I'll see if see if we can get a PowerPoint presentation going. I think my colleague Susan is driving this slide for us. You can go to the next slide, Susan. Thank you. So we have 4 divisions, of course. Our ending homelessness is an important one that you deal with frequently. So is our housing authority. We have over 3,000 housing vouchers, so homes that and folks that we assist with millions of dollars each year. We are an entity that funnels through state and federal government, like many other parts of the county of Sonoma, but that's especially what we do. We also have a housing and neighborhood investment division, which deals with things like earthquake bracing for mobile homes and flood mitigation efforts. And then we have our admin side. So 4 divisions there. Next slide, please. Stop me if I'm going too fast or too slow, or speed me up if I'm going too fast. This is my first presentation before you all in terms of the budget. Here's kind of a summary of our expenditures. Again, you can see a lot of millions of dollars going through. Most of this is federal and state money, especially the rental assistance side. That's where the housing, the Section 8 funding is coming through, that $53 million. The ending homelessness side, that includes, among other things, the money that goes not just to the county, but to the continuum of care. The housing and neighborhood investment side, that's our CDBG and home funds, among other things. Next slide, please. Again, you see those lumped into 110 million there for state, federal, and other funds. Very important sources for us. Important general fund contribution to the CDC as well. And I'll speak about that as needed. Next slide. So some of our key operational challenges, as you folks know, we're working hard to expand our housing support systems, including Project Home Key. So that's both interim housing and permanent supportive housing. And we've been working with your board and with the cities and with the COC on a long-term funding strategy for that. I just saw on the Press Democrat website today, the 10 big city mayors across California were making the same point. It's important that the state step up and provide a dedicated and long-term and reliable funding source for homelessness programs, especially Home Key. Another key operational challenges for us for our homelessness division would be to make sure we're meeting the expectations of the COC board. Supervisors Corsi and Gorin have great familiarity with that. It's a demanding body. It's an important body. We work hard for them. We want to try to make sure we deliver exactly what they need. Housing Authority, our challenges in coming up is to make sure that we're effectively utilizing new vouchers. New vouchers came down as a result of COVID-19. And we need to make sure we're finding the amount of landlords and housing units that will accommodate these vouchers. It's a wonderful problem to have. It's also a scary problem to have. We don't want to have to give anything back. So we're working aggressively to find new landlords and new units. Next slide, please. I mentioned Home Key a little bit. Sonoma County has had remarkable success with Project Home Key. Under Tina's leadership, we have two projects underway already. We know that there are 3 more, there's 3 more coming on. We think there's probably 2 more on top of that, including 2 county affiliated projects, George's Hideaway and possibly the Redwood Inn, which is a transition age youth project, and maybe even Homeless Action Sonoma by the time this fiscal year is done. One of the critical things that we're working on with the COC and the Housing Authority is this concept of a centralized housing location system, whereby and think of this as locating landlords and landlord handholding and landlord assurance versus housing navigation, which is client readiness. So this is something that your board identified in your strategic plan overall to improve the way that we locate housing landlords. So that's something we want to establish in the coming fiscal year. And then lastly, for this, the COC board, as well as the staff, and you will be interviewed as well, are working on a strategic plan on homelessness that's we've sped up a little bit. We're hoping to finish it by December of 2022. Next slide. And just briefly, I know we don't spend a lot of time on this, the strategic plan objectives. We're tackling, I think, each one of them that you've identified in some way, shape, or form. Next slide. And just take it, our goal, your goal is 10% reduction in homelessness each year. The past year has been challenging in terms of numbers. We don't know the point in time count information, but remember throughout the pandemic, we had to actually reduce shelter beds. So our goal is still to achieve that, maybe challenging this first year. Next slide, please. Critically, with our partners at the state level, you're aware of Project Homekey and Homekey 2 and 3. We're going to take advantage of that. We will be working on our centralized housing location service, possibly through a recommendation that Tina and I are working on, maybe from the 4 million carve out for homelessness. Next slide, please. And you can see some kind of a summary of our change requests. And we're really trying to set the CDC as an entity on a successful pathway to the future, whatever that looks like specifically, and this is our recommendation. With that, I think that's the end of the slides. I'm happy to take more detailed questions.
Yeah, this is good. I think just one of the starts as you're talking about program change requests, can you give us an update on where we're at with our current employees and FTEs? I know as of, I don't know if it was 6 months ago, a year ago, I'm trying to think even at the start of the pandemic, there was some concerning news to us about 27% of the FTEs being vacant, how you're doing in terms of filling those existing positions and looking at that capacity in conjunction with these ones that you're looking to add.
So I think we've made some good progress, Supervisor, during the year, with great thanks to the Human Resources Department and a lot to Tina's team at Health Services and helping spread that along. We're probably down to 8 or 9 vacancies at this point. And so the most substantial progress we've made is with our Housing Authority team. We brought the staff members on board to help us keep up with what the Housing Authority's activities are.
Good. Where was it at? If am I
yes,
kind of thinking, I remembered it's a percentage, but I don't remember where we were at, but any idea?
Yeah,
just kind of trying to
I think we were at 14 to 15 positions vacant or interims, and I think now we're down to the 7s and 8s.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you. I obviously have more, but I want to pass it around to my colleague. Supervisor Gorin, are you ready to lean in on this one?
Just very briefly, Dave and I are on frequent conversations, and I appreciate all your help. Provide a little bit more information. I know this is the topic that we discussed just a few days ago about housing locator, housing navigator, housing coordinator in Sonoma Valley. And you're talking about a centralized housing location services. So Sonoma County is very large with a lot of nooks and crannies and geography. How can we have an effective centralized housing locator service who may not know the landlords around the county? Marin is a little smaller. They've done this very effectively, but I'm puzzled about how we can do this effectively with a centralized person or function.
Well, it's a good question, Supervisor. Certainly, we have a good landlord outreach right now with our housing authority. Remember, that's an authority that serves everywhere in the county except Santa Rosa. But so what we've done there is identified landlords, and we try to build a track record for them. There's a strong interest on behalf of service providers everywhere from the Sonoma Valley to West County to North and South County to have a more focused effort. So centralized is one word. Think centralized being focused, so that we have a focused effort to aggressively reach realtors, landlords, apartment associations, anyone that may have a room or a unit that might be interested in in renting that to someone with a voucher or someone just coming out of homelessness who may not be part of the voucher program, that part of the rapid rehousing program. So the effort is really to pull all that together, because it is fairly disparate right now, and we think that we're missing people.
I appreciate that. I just jotted down a note saying I would love to have an opportunity as a follow-up for the board request to get information on the success rate, where we've been having success in placing individuals. If they're homeless in Sonoma Valley, are they placed in Sonoma Valley River area? The same thing. So we'll follow up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hopkins.
I just want to thank you for all of the excellent work. You know, I feel like we live in this world in Sonoma County of endless need and limited resources. And I think that both you as well as the Department of Health Services has done an admirable job to stepping up and mustering resources to address some of our most challenging situations around the county. So thank you very much for your dedication to that task each and every day. You know, one question, and I feel like I've heard a lot of positive feedback about the flexible funding that the board allocated. I'm just sort of curious, you know, checking on how that's going and if you feel like there is a need for sort of additional augmented resources, and has that made the difference between some people, right, rejecting services and then actually kind of getting the sort of service that they need when they need it. My understanding was it came in pretty handy with the Healdsburg Park and Ride. I think I heard some feedback from staff, but I'm just curious, you know, kind of know that might be a little bit more Director Rivera's world, but I know that it's very much overlapping. And so I'm kind of curious if some of the areas where you have, right, vouchers and other resources, you know that there are limitations. And so being able to then step and refer over to that, has that been helpful?
That is a great question to ask Director Rivera as well, but I can speak, I think, from the side of the activity, the flexible funding that you gave for instance, safe parking. I think that has been a game changer for Petaluma, for Santa Rosa, for Sebastopol. And the Homeless Action Sonoma project is lagging a little bit, but at least anecdotally right now, whenever I talk to officials in those communities and residents of those communities, they have seen an improvement and in terms of reduction in encampments. So I think Healdsburg, as Tina would attest, Healdsburg was another success story because we did have that flexibility to move quickly, and we also had housing and placements to move people to.
I appreciate that. Where would you say that you see the largest unmet need from the side of, you know, sort of managing a lot of those different state and federal revenues and seeing sort of the limitations in the funding opportunities that we see either on the short term or long term horizon?
I think still the biggest unmet need is that step just coming right out of homelessness. So not necessarily shelter, but certainly non-congregate shelter, interim housing and permanent supportive housing. That middle of a part of our pipeline. And I apologize, I'm only looking at the middle part of the pipeline because that is such a need. We also, as you folks know, we need to build the end out and make sure we have more affordable projects for once people transition, if they can, from interim and permanent supportive to more affordable housing.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Corsi.
Hi, Dave.
Supervisor.
On the centralized housing location services, that's specifically for the emergency housing vouchers or for housing vouchers only, or is it broader than that?
It'd be for anything. And I'm glad you asked that question. Yeah, I don't want to narrow it to housing vouchers. It's housing vouchers of all kinds, as well as anything that might, where we might have a landlord being willing to accept rapid rehousing, for instance, other funds, the HAP funds. So it's just really to build this database of landlords and then support the landlords should they ever run into a problem tenancy. So we'd be there for them with, and with the clients, with deposit assistance, with cleaning provisions afterward and things like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Are there any property management services in Sonoma County that deal with vouchers? I mean, do maybe all of them do, but my question is, do any of them?
There'll be at least a handful of them, and some of them, I don't know if Martha Cheever is online. Like right now, I'll pause and maybe let Martha jump in. She's the one who knows best about this.
I'm just wondering if, the location services and the other things that you're talking about, sound like it's half of property management services anyway. Maybe we should start our own and charge for this work.
It's a good thought. And again, that's the concept is to start with centralized housing location and then see what comes of that. I think the ARPA proposal that the CDC team put together, again, that might be funneled not through the larger ARPA, but the smaller ARPA funds, envisions a 2-year program to see how much we can get off the ground and get going in that regard.
Okay.
Yeah.
I lost my train of thought. You mentioned ARPA and I thought of $4 million.
That's part of the 4 million.
That's okay. That's
Potentially. Again, you haven't seen that full window yet. Director Rivera and I are still working on that and trying to refine that. But when I heard you folks as well as the county administrator talk about these were try to find kind of game-changing innovations in homelessness. And we think centralized housing locator services is that kind of game changer to, again, build this stable of people who will accept vouchers and rapid rehousing and other funds.
Okay, that's good. Back on the train, I caught it. Now I'm losing it again. How does centralized housing location work with coordinated entry? Is there an alignment there?
There is definite alignment. In fact, you could see a concept where the coordinated entry provider actually provides a centralized housing location service too. So whether that happens over time or quickly, I think that model works. Basically, the coordinated entry is prioritizing and analyzing the list of people who are ready for what type of housing. The centralized housing location service says, I've got this type of housing here with this landlord. That person is going to be referred to this place.
Okay, because coordinated entry isn't shelter bed finding anymore. It's more on the housing.
It's more housing, right? Remember, it's an assessment of a person's vulnerability, how, as well as kind of what housing they're ready for. And then, so arguably, the centralized housing locator is able to receive that person and into a landlord environment that's going to work for them.
Okay. Last thing is on your program change requests. I don't think you identified the source of this money for all these positions. Is it all through state and federal funds, or is any of it general fund?
I might have to ask Arvin. I know Arvin, our finance person, Arvin Williams, is listening in, but it's my understanding it's a mix of each.
Okay. Maybe we can get that detail at some point.
Okay.
And Supervisor Corsi, the program change request is something that we're evaluating, and we will bring them to you during budget hearings, and we will lay them out for you as to which funding source is the one that is being requested.
Thanks. I have noticed that some departments have identified it, some haven't. So
Right.
Very good.
Some of them ran out of real estate to say it in their slide.
Thank you, Mr. Kiff.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all the great work to you and your team, all the staff behind the scenes. Very much appreciate that. And thank you. The other day, we had a quick conversation, again, talking about the global county and knowing that Santa Rosa has its own housing authority and Petaluma with the hybrid entitlement city. And they're just trying to keep track of who's responsible for what and how does the county fit in with those organizations or not, depending on the funding source. And, I would just encourage us, and I know through the continuum of care, we're kind of in that same boat on the homeless side of things, that if we can just keep almost tracking the global stats and numbers and trying to really track that, I know I would appreciate that. That's not really a budget request, but that's just an afterthought of that conversation we had. And thank you so much for the follow-up too. It was good information for me going forward.
Oh, you're welcome.
And I don't really have any questions regarding budget. Just look forward to continue to work and follow up on your success.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Okay, I got a couple things, which is just kind of as we talked about before, is really tracking what's coming and what things we're going to address and what aren't we, or what are we not going to address. The first thing is that, but like before I get into agendas and stuff, is centralized housing location services. Is that just a nice way to talk about the list of everything in the county that's available, so that once we kind of the beds that we've added to the system, the interim beds, the permanent supportive housing, the the indoor-outdoor shelter network, right? So that anywhere we go, that we can also provide the compassionate approach, which is here's multiple options. You can go to Sam Jones Hall, you can go to Los Guillicos, you can do other things like that. But also, I just want to say it on the other side, as we continue to deal with legal ease that has to force us to justify and show that we are delivering on, I'll call it Martin v. Boise, because I won't reference our local case. So can you kind of talk about, are those linked together in terms of being able to do not just the right thing and the compassionate thing and offer services, but is it also for us to comply and make sure that we're above board on those things?
Certainly building out the continuum of housing, as it were. Again, from shelter to non-congregate shelter to interim to permanent supportive housing to affordable housing to market rate. That's the continuum, all on a list. And I think Supervisor Hopkins and I were kind of just discussing the shortfall in some of that section. So the centralized housing location system is to build basically improve all of the numbers in each of those categories beyond non-congregate shelter. It's anybody that might have a space to share a room, rent an entire apartment. So it's to build those numbers. So it certainly is a response in a way to Martin v. Boise, because we build the capacity across our system, because we think there's an untapped resource of people out there who have spare units, spare rooms, willing to do a share. And so building that is critical.
Okay. I appreciate a part of what what we need to do to be able to show the community that our investments are achieving benefits is to be able to show that we can provide the option, but also that we can take action on encampments that are needed to take action on. We all know that. We've dealt with this. It's not a conversation that we have to shy away from. If we can't ultimately, after offering services for 2 to 3 months and having really filled gaps in terms of safe parking programs and other things, if people are still unwilling to accept services without rules, and then we continue to have things in our community that show people what they would say is the failure of the system, right? Is that there's no way that you could get something permitted to be able to host an RV site, for example, but yet you can sit there and look at one that can exist for 6 months to a year without it. You and I know that. So I think for me, really, I want us to, as we build all the support networks and other things, is to figure out, especially with our strategic plan, is how we achieve that in both a compassionate, kind love and tough love, let's just say. Okay. So on that note, I'm kind of looking at my agenda here, and I'm trying to remind myself when we're going to see you all for the homeless.
We're supposed to come back in July with you, Tina and myself, to come back with a kind of a report on where the safe parking proposals are. We'll talk about a home key update all at that same time. That's probably the biggest action to return to you with.
Okay.
If I'm remembering my months right.
And so if we're going to do that, we would be talking about homeless services, but we would also be talking about updates to our encampment and our vehicle code.
And that's a possibility as well. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Just saying. I just want to make sure that we don't miss something, right? Because we don't take it up too often.
Right.
If we're going to take 2 to 4 hours together, once again, whether it's July or August. I mean, initially we were going to take it in May. I mean, I'd rather make sure, I don't know about the rest of the board, but I want to make sure I want to see action sooner rather than later, but I want to make sure it's buttoned up, that we don't miss something, especially with the county council side of things. Okay.
And just so you're aware, as Mr. Pittman is, we have his assigned staff, and Cheryl assigned me to work on a kind of a regional, at least a regional conversation about camping enforcement.
Good. Because as I say, I've seen, I see as it's listed on the 12th, and it does not include the item about the vehicle code, which I understand is where we have to look at for the RV discussion, which is completely different from where our county code 1915 camping restrictions on public property is. So just, Bob, are we tracking towards that? Sure. Want me to repeat it?
Which, tracking towards what? I missed the last part.
So on the 12th of July, we have the homeless item coming, which is 24/7 safe parking, non-congregate shelter programs, and consider updates to Sonoma County's code section 1915, which is the camping, anti-camping. What it does not state, but I know that there's been direction from the board, and I want to make sure it comes back at the same time, even if we have to look at different times, is the vehicle code to deal with the RV encampments at the same time. And I know that we've had discussions with Matthew, I believe in your office, right,
Yep.
Matt? About that, but just want to make sure that that is consistent. If it is, it'd be appreciated if we could just update the agenda to reflect that. I think that covers most of what we've been working on over these past couple of years.
It's my
Is that good?
understanding that they are working on that.
Okay, good. Thank you. So any other time that you are like, once again, I talked to this about transportation, public works. Any other items you are looking to bring forward to the board that are either regular or things that we would look at other than just you putting something onto consent to basically appropriate what we've already authorized?
No, with the caveat that you just said, I was going to mention things that are coming up on consent, but they are regular, more routine items. Probably the more substantive item will be that one in July, where we give you a more update on safe parking and other items.
Outside of what we have in front of us in terms of your program change requests, predominantly for staff, have we considered whether we need any other allocation of funding for homelessness outright? Last year, we approved during the budget 2 million, which went towards a safe parking program. I know that's not in our full request. I know there was the 4 million allocated out of the ARPA funds and where that's going to go towards. Maybe you can just help me remember what we're thinking about with the ARPA allocation is the best way to say that. That 4 million set aside.
The ARPA allocation, my understanding of the direction was that Director Rivera and myself would bring recommendations back to you for allocations of those. And
During that July meeting, potentially.
correct, right.
Okay.
It won't be as quickly as your other ARPA sources, but
That's okay.
we've put some good thought into it. And again, with this thought of being kind of innovative and game-changing potential in that.
And I'm sure I'll lead in with the question, which is kind of a statement as much as anything, is if there's things that you want to bring forward in July that are acting upon that fit with your strategic plan, I think I would assume you already know where you want some of those items in the strategic plan to go. If there's things that you want to hold back until you do the strategic plan, it would be there. But obviously, I think we know where a lot of our program targets are. It's the integration of the strategic plan, which is really the key. So, okay. And obviously, do we create a set aside if there's going to be a home key again next round, right? I just want to acknowledge also looking at the board members and thank you for leaning in. What I saw at our last home key meeting was really everybody continuing to fight for these solutions to be in their districts, which was a commitment. And that was a commitment with a lot of pain with Los Galicos, and that everybody was going to take a responsibility to move forward and collaborate with you all. And so I look forward to it. Thank you. Anything else from anybody? Okay, good. Mrs. Rivera, you have the floor. You guys can pass the baton to each other. Yeah, I saw that. And so it doesn't include the vehicle code updates. Hello. Hi.
Hi.
You guys are live. Let's go.
All
Wow, we
right.
really get to talk about the department now, not just issues, Mrs. Rivera. Every time it's always a crisis, a burning bag of loveliness. Every time we see each other, you can actually talk about priorities and scoping and everything. So it's a pleasure to see you both. Take us away.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board and County Council and Deputy County Administrator, or Assistant County Administrator, excuse me. Tina Rivera, Director, Department of Health Services, and joining me is Paul Wood, our Chief Financial Officer, and we also have virtually Kelly Ritter, our Deputy Financial Officer, who will be driving the slides for us. Thank you, Kelly. So we will get started. So we are here to present our department's fiscal year 22-23 recommended budget. Our department continues to strengthen our administrative infrastructure to ensure the efficient and effective administration of our programs and services. This includes the modernization and simplification of our administrative processes and technologies, improving the integrity of our operations, and generating advanced systems and processes for planning and evaluation. These improvements will also lead to an improvement in compliance as well as risk reduction. In addition to improving our department's functionality, we will also improve the department by building and fostering a highly competent, effective, and engaging workforce. That is one of our goals. And we will do this through training and mentoring opportunities that we will engage in within our department. As we continue to look ahead, our focus, of course, is on building an organization that's fiscally sustainable with a strong infrastructure, with operational efficiencies that leverage and maximize revenues, an organization that's transparent, collaborative, and inclusive, and one with a focus on building and fostering community trust. Our goal is to be in the community more than we ever have been. So with that, with respect to our department, we have 3 divisions. Our administration division, our behavioral health division, which encompasses programs that promote the recovery and wellness of children, youth, and adults in need of specialty mental health services and supports or substance use disorder services. And then our public health division, which encompasses programs such as environmental health and safety, family health, healthcare coordination, animal services, Coastal Valleys EMS, special clinical services, things of the like. Our fiscal year 22-23 recommended budget is about $207.5 million. This represents a net decrease of about $10.7 million. Most of this is COVID-related funding. So as we have demobilized and decommissioned COVID, this is a net decrease within our budget. We also note a net increase in our FTEs from fiscal year 21-22's adopted FTEs by 14, bringing our recommended FTEs to a total of 596.43. Next slide, Kelly. With respect to our departmental expenditures, for administration, the budget we're recommending at $28.1 million with 104.1 FTEs. Behavioral health at about $224.7 million with 272 FTEs, and public health at $80.4 million at 219.7 FTEs, with interdepartmental transfers at $125.8 million, bringing again, rounding out our expenditures at a balanced budget of $207.5 million. Next slide, Kelly. With respect to our departmental funding sources, we receive a general fund contribution of about $8.5 million. Fees and charges for services are at $11.6 million. State, federal, and other funds, which include things like state and federal grants, our federal financial participation or Medi-Cal, Medicare, other governmental agency transfers such as those transfers from the Water Agency or Community Development Commission, interest, things of that nature, at $148.2 million. Other departmental revenue, most of this is Measure O, which is at $25.7 million. We carved out CDC's portion of $500,000. That's at $26.4 million. Use of fund balance, we are recommending about $11 million. We do understand that we recognize that the use of fund balance is not a sustainable option. So we do want to inform your board that we are working on identifying new and ongoing revenue to address sustainability as we move forward. And then with transfers and reimbursements within the county, these are funds that are transferred both within this department as well as between departments. This is at $149.4 million. Next slide, Kelly. Some of the state and federal challenges and opportunities are behavioral health services utilization and cost of business increases have outpaced growth of realignment as realignment remains relatively flat. And then DHS will have the opportunity to join the organized, that should be organized and not outpatient, delivery system, the ODS, better known to us as the ODS waiver, to expand substance use disorder services. There are a number of other counties that are already participating in this drug Medi-Cal organized delivery system. That also receiving federal matching funds for services that were previously paid with local funds and limited grant funding or not provided at all. Now, we do recognize that this transition will require an increased investment in local match. But I do want to point out to the board that we did have a study conducted in partnership with other counties with respect to what that local match would look like and the benefit to our particular county or a county such as our size and what that would mean to us. So a modest increase in investment in Sonoma County's substance use disorder system would bring a very significant amount of new and federal and state funds to our community. And just to name one, for instance, a $1 million increase in local match would bring about $4.5 million in federal and state revenue. And I can certainly provide additional information with respect to that. We will be bringing an item before your board with respect to the ODS waiver recommendation. Next slide, Kelly. Some of the key operational changes. A fluctuation in behavioral health service utilization continues to be a risk for our department as level of care and client counts can rise for various reasons above our projections, and this oftentimes results in funding gaps. So we oftentimes have to shore up those funding gaps, if you will. CalAIM is an operational challenge as we have to ensure that we have the capacity as we move toward CalAIM. CalAIM is California Advancing and Innovating Medi-Cal. It's a multi-year Department of Healthcare Services initiative. Its goal is to improve the quality of life and healthcare outcomes of our population by implementing a broad delivery system program and payment reform across the Medi-Cal program. This particular initiative will create an integrated, person-centered health system that will address the behavioral, developmental, physical, and oral health needs of its members. And our department will need to allocate significant resources to ensure successful implementation over the upcoming years. We've already begun this significant change within our department. And so the next operational challenge, we're continuing to collaborate with our city partners to identify solutions that would address homelessness within our county. As Dave mentioned in his previous presentation, gaps within our safety net system of services may require some additional resources to meet the needs of our unhoused population. As we discuss this moving forward. Next slide, Kelly. Some key operational objectives. Implementing our Project Home Key Services cohort. This was passed by your board back in, I believe, October of 2021. This is a multidisciplinary team. Our proposition to the cities was a city and county cohort. We have done the round robin with our city and community-based organizational partners and stakeholders to present this cohort to our stakeholders. This includes a variety of various disciplines such as social workers, substance abuse counselors, outreach workers, and others. We will be bringing an item before your board, which would also include our additional multidisciplinary team, which is our expansion cohort. Another operational objective is to continue to build an equity infrastructure within our department to provide coordinated and strategic support within our department and to build upon our equity efforts. And then also to assess the option of joining, as I mentioned, the organized delivery system waiver to expand substance use disorder services and to make a recommendation to your board. Next slide. And then, of course, the strategic plan alignment. We have various strategic plan alignments within our department. I won't go over all of them. Just to point out, if you would move to the next slide, we are in collaboration with Human Services, the Office of Equity. Next slide, Kelly. The Community Development Commission on a number of these strategic pillars and objectives with respect to seeking out, whether it be increasing data or no wrong door with Human Services. We are running a bed referral pilot with a community partner such as COTS. We are looking at increasing our cohorts with our safety net partners. And then if you'll go to the next slide, Kelly. And then looking at some other opportunities, we're also looking at a TAY cohort in partnership with probation and also Human Services. And then looking at other funding sources, whether it be Measure O to expand some of these opportunities that sit before us. We also have some additional funding with respect to the California Equitable Recovery Initiative. This is a CERI grant. It's funded by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to move forward our equity work within our department. This provides a department-wide equity manager that can help us move the needle on our equity work within our department. And then final slide, Kelly. And then the program change request that will be coming before your board. We have behavioral health program change requests for 14 and a half time-limited FTEs. There are several job classes. We have a list of those that Paul can share with the goal. The goal of these particular positions is to continue to strengthen our behavioral health system of care, specifically our CalAIM initiatives. These particular positions will be funded by our Mental Health Services Act fund balance, also intergovernmental transfers or IGT funding, also federal financial participation revenue, also our behavioral health stabilization fund balance and DUI fees. And then our second program change request that will be coming before you is a public health environmental health ask for 2 time-limited FTEs. This particular program change request is with respect to the debris task force removal. This particular task was moved into environmental health, so we're requesting the resources to move this work forward in environmental health. And this ask is for general fund dollars for these 2 time-limited FTEs. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Gore, for questions and feedback.
Awesome. Okay. Let's do this. I want to kick things off with one question on my side, and then I'll save the rest of mine for afterwards. But the first one is, well, earlier today, we talked about using the Measure O ad hoc. I don't know if that got back to you yet, to meet about conservatorship reform, since the care court proposal is there. And also in the back, Angela with Human Services did a program change request, which is not asking us for more general fund money, but for another person to work on conservatorship and those issues. And I know that Marissa Montenegro in the past has worked with me and you all from all of the departments that work on these areas. But I know I want to first of all appreciate the note that you all sent us about the proposal, the CARES proposal, and also the Kaiser proposals and other things like that we've used in our work with CSAC and others on the lobbying side. But I just wanted to set up a time for us to do that and then figure out when we scope those things out, because irrespective of the CARES court item passes, we have to decide if we're going to do Laura's Law in some way or not, or what are we going to do, and identify those gaps in the system and how many individuals, but how much work is needed there. A lot of your work is with high needs homeless in our multidisciplinary team. These cross over directly with a lot of the individuals we work with, the jail, others. So there's a real need to pull this together. So no rush on that per se. We talked about maybe bringing back this as an item after budget, like in July or in August, but it would be good to just, since we've identified funding for these kinds of issues, related, or there could be some Measure O allocations, it would be smart for us to scope that out. And I want to start by just letting you know, I leaned over to Supervisor Corsi and I just told him that the Measure O ad hoc was the best staffed managed ad hoc I've been on in my time as supervisor. And so I thank you for setting a standard on that. It was really, and I just mentioned this with Angela here with DAHA, is, you gave us clear direction, you managed us well, you brought in the right people, you had decision-making items at different times. It was really well managed, it kept us well managed. And so as we continue to do a few more meetings, I think, until we don't have that be an ad hoc anymore, that's one item I would love for us to take up. Okay?
Absolutely.
So on that note, I'm going to pass it over to my colleague, Supervisor Corsi. I'll start with you and then get to some other things.
Thanks. Since you just mentioned Measure O, I wanted to jump in on that. You were talking about the ODS system and the requirement for a local match. And I was trying to remember, did we talk about potential capacity within Measure O for something like that, for the local match?
We did not.
Okay.
We have
I
not.
couldn't remember if that came up. Okay. I know that CalAIM came up, maybe not funding for CalAIM, but while we were talking about various things with Measure O. You note that we may need to allocate significant resources along with CalAIM. Will there be resources that come with the additional coverage for Medicare, Medi-Cal?
Yes, we're not exactly sure how much, but there will be some resources that will come along with ODS, and also some resources along with CalAIM. There's an electronic health record requirement. So there is some resources that the state is making available for that. And then we're not certain how much, but we're working collectively with other counties to address that as well.
Okay. And since you mentioned electronic health records, I wanted to ask, and I meant to ask this to Angela. She talked about the CalSAWS system, some kind of record keeping system. And I'm wondering if that will communicate, interface with our access system.
Good question. I would have to get back with you on CalSAWS. I know we could access data out of CalSAWS as we do all of the other systems within the county. Access has the ability to draw data, and we can de-identify that data through Access and compile it. But with respect to talking to those particular systems, I don't think we're there yet.
And I don't pretend to know anything about that kind of technology, except that when new stuff comes along, it can be complicated as well as helpful. The final thing is talking about the Project Home Key Services cohort. You said you've done a round robin with the cities. How was that received? Is everybody on board with that?
Everyone's really excited about the cohort. I think the disconnect is how we roll it out. For instance, some of the cities weren't necessarily interested in having a city staff on the cohort, but particularly wanted to ensure, which is part of the process, we will have an MOU to ensure that there is that integration and that liaison, if you will, with the cities or the community-based organizations to ensure that there is that tight integration. So I think for the most part, most of them wanted to ensure that we had a solidified agreement in writing and that roles and responsibilities were captured and how the process would work so that cities were really represented, that resources, services, supports were, just delineated throughout the agreement. So that was really the concern, that we made sure that piece was really captured within whatever agreement we came up with.
Is this hitched at all to the continuum of care, or is it completely separate?
Yeah, this will be hitched to the continuum of care. Reports will be submitted to the continuum of care, to your board, to any of the other committees that would like to see the reports with respect to the sites.
Great. Look forward to that collaboration. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Supervisor Abbott, do you have anything you want to jump in on this?
I don't really, but other than again, just say thank you very much and appreciate the collaboration and the work, and look forward to continuing to figure out how we get from
absolutely
this week to the future weeks.
Okay. Supervisors on this end? I have a couple. Okay. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say thank you so much for your work, and just ask the same question that I asked of Director Kiff, which is, talk to me about unmet needs and sort of additional resources, particularly as it could, leverage with existing programs or sort of fill. I feel like we always, with so many kind of case management challenges, it's like if you just had this one little thing that would push it over the edge, that person would actually accept the assistance and, sort of get into the system. So I'm just curious to hear, a little bit of an update, particularly on the heart and outreach side, and again, the use of the flexible funds and your wish list, I guess. and particularly as it pertains to homeless services and addressing encampments and RVs.
Yeah, I really want to say thank you to you, Supervisor Hopkins, and the entire board for the flexible funds, because these flexible funds really were game changers out in the field. We were able to, for instance, in real time, fix an RV that may have had, for instance, a pipe that just simply needed a fixing, and it cost maybe $390 on the spot, and get that individual's RV up and rolling. Or we were able to put someone up in, whether it was an RV camp or a hotel for 30 days or a number of weeks, and get them out of an encampment. And we were able to do that on the spot in real time, where we would not have had that particular capacity to do so without these particular flexible funds, because beds were filled. So yes, I would say we would love to re-up those flexible funds, because they truly provide, just that extra, if you will, over the hump, as you mentioned, Supervisor Hopkins, that we would not have because we don't have the funding to do it. It also helps us not only with just over the hump getting individuals into, for instance, spaces such as RV camps, or getting their tires repaired or their RVs repaired and getting them on their way, but also helps us with any cleanup that we might not have specifically, for instance, a contract in place, but we're able to get something done immediately. So it really helps us when we're clearing these encampments or getting individuals' needs addressed immediately in real time. So it has been truly a game changer. And also it's allowed us to work certain things out with our community-based organizations that we are partnering with out in the field in real time. So I can't tell you enough how invaluable it's been.
Well, this is, I think, one of the challenging things with having board budget items due before we have these kinds of conversations. So I'm going to look to the CAO and the chair and see if there's an appropriate way that we can sort of, I don't know that anyone threw in kind of a placeholder for homeless services generally to have that conversation this time around, but I would really like to have the opportunity to re-up that fund, and to consider some of these potential, I know that this entire board is deeply committed to addressing homelessness in Sonoma County, but there may be opportunities to allocate some additional resources to facilitate existing programs and potentially to leverage other funding opportunities. And I would love to have the chance to talk about that during budget hearing. So I'm going to look to.
And if I might add, just to sweeten the pot a little bit.
Sell it. Come on.
When we talk about, criteria, because one of the things we do is we're prioritizing encampments. We're looking at health and safety risks, fire concerns. And so we've been having conversations with our partners and with Supervisor Hopkins about those fire safety risks in some of our unincorporated areas that have truly been very dangerous. So we've been working with our fire partners. We've been working with TPW. We've been working with code enforcement and all of our other law enforcement partners to address what we can do to mitigate fire risk. So our multidisciplinary teams have also been looking at what we can do to establish a regular, ongoing, consistent program out of heart. And so we've been looking at food resources, warm meals. Perhaps we can engage a contractor. I think this was an idea that came out of one of our meetings, but also things such as power packs or batteries where individuals do not have to use warming fires. They're not setting fires, but they can, get a light by a battery pack and not a fire. And then things such as blankets and things of that nature. So having access to flexible funds would help us to purchase items such as these to where we can mitigate fire risk, especially as we're entering into fire season. So I just wanted to throw that in to sweeten the deal. Thank you.
Go right ahead, Christina, and then I'll.
So This
See-
is the Rivera versus Rivera conversation, I think. So we're just going to balance each other. I am not tracking what the flexible funds are, but I trust that everybody else does. So one of the first things that pops in my head is that we are coming back with programming of the $4 million of ARPA, right? So your point about just the timing of how things are playing out. So what I would recommend is that we take it on in that conversation. I'm hoping that the ARPA funds provide the kind of characteristics that lets us prioritize that type of use. And if we were to find ourselves in a space where, I mean, hopefully that's not the case, that $4 million doesn't let us get to that flexible funds pot, which I think $4 million would be nice. I mean, it's nice to be able to fit it there. But if that was the case, then and probably not ideal for the board, but we would still have the opportunity to tap into contingencies at that time. So I also say for the benefit of the department, because oftentimes when these things come up, it adds to their workload of having to come up with analysis and specificities that oftentimes we can't do sufficient due diligence if we're just going to try to throw it into the kitchen sink rapidly. So that's my suggestion.
Yeah, I think from my side, I'll say I think when we come together, we're going to have a couple options. One is the stuff that we've already reviewed, which is going to be fully analyzed, that we can go between, that we've put on the table. But the other thing is that we've done a lot of times is we're going to make a decision on how much we want to put it in contingencies, but also what's the projected budget. And if we want to create other allocations that are placeholders for items, that's all within us and the board. Like homelessness is one. I mean, I'm about to have a I've been waiting on one item because I didn't want to throw in a placeholder, which I'm going to ask about in a minute, which is animal services also, as a part of our, what we're doing. So just from my druthers, we can do whatever we want at any time. We can allocate specific items, but if it's outside of what we've done, we either leave the contingencies at a larger area and give some guidance to staff that these are going to be kind of earmarks for contingency, or we could even do like we've done in the past, which is like a sinking fund, or some kind of other allocation that we say we want this to be for a dedicated use, just like the homelessness. And that's, the way I would see us working on this. Yeah.
So I guess I would request that. So when is ARPA coming back? Is that in May, did you say? Or
July.
July.
July 12th,
Okay.
that's what
Excuse
they-
me, ARPA is in May, the community proposals are coming back, but the $4 million that we allocated for homelessness is going to come back from what Mr. Kiff said is with Tina and CDC is coming back in July.
Okay.
But
I would
we
just
could-
request if maybe by May, we could at least figure out whether or not this would be an allowable use for ARPA funds.
Yeah.
And then if not, I would like to have the conversation during budget hearings as a placeholder. If that's possible, because I do think it's really important to continue that work. And then one other question that I had for Director Rivera was just how is it going with respect to recruiting and retaining employees, right? I know it's a very challenging time for a lot of departments. I think that Hart has had maybe some vacancies. And so I'm just curious sort of what you might need from a human resources standpoint to make sure that, we are all systems go on having as many staff resources deployed as possible, since this is such a big challenge.
Yeah, it is truly a struggle. There are certain classifications, if you will, that still are elusive. For instance, our director of nursing. So I'll be getting with our county HR director to see what we can do to, what other resources we can bring to bear to fill this particular public health division position. And then there are other clinical positions that are still critical that we need to fill. We have a rather high vacancy rate in behavioral health. So it is difficult to fill these positions. We still, our salaries just do not come close to what others are offering. And so I think we have some work to do with respect to recruitment and retention.
I appreciate that. I think we had the conversation. I remember hearing
Mhm.
from staff, right, that someone actually knew what was the negotiations that were happening, I think at Kaiser, and they actually
Mhm.
have very generous benefits packages, as do we, you know, when it comes to retirement, healthcare, all those kinds of things. And it sounded like they had more competitive salaries. So I think I have a lot of questions for HR when Christina Kramer comes in, but I do think that we need to have a serious conversation around
Mhm.
recruitment and retention, because we can't expect you to
Right.
get the work done, right, if you don't actually have the staff who are able to do that. And
Yes.
if we need to sweeten the pot to get folks in the door, I think that's something that we need to consider. So thank you very
Excellent.
much.
Thank you.
And can I just add, I would like to echo that. I've talked to someone recently who, great county employee working at the Crisis Stabilization Center, really nervous because the staffing ratio is so low. We have so many people in need and challenging for our employees working over there.
Mhm.
So how can we compete with the private sector? But in talking with her, it's more than just compensation. Our mental health professionals are exhausted.
Mhm.
They've been through hell and beyond because of the pandemic and the fires and everything else. I don't know how we overcome that. We can't offer enough compensation to really work through some of the burnout that they're experiencing. And I know we're getting ready. You keep promising me you're going to announce the new director of behavioral health. So
Yes.
I'm ready. Go ahead and announce it.
She'll be with us on May 24th, as a matter of
Great.
fact.
Good. Thank you for that. I think she is desperately needed,
Mhm.
and maybe she'll have some great ideas along with all of you on how we get through and fill some of those vacancies.
Absolutely.
So thank you to everyone, you and all of your staff.
Thank you.
First thing I want to do is applaud you for the work in working with Marissa and others and us actually getting a $1.6 million earmark for access. I mean, that's muy bueno, right? Like, we don't usually have people come in. I mean, it's usually waiting. And that's something that we've worked on with Marissa and others. Is sometimes in years past, we have department heads come up and say, well, I can't do that because of the state law, or I don't have this. And there's a lot of times where we'll look back and say, well, do you want to change that state law? Because we have good legislators that we have good relationships with, and they're very open to
Mhm.
amendments. So I just want to applaud you on that. The one I want to dive into, though, is and not too far, is animal services. You're coming back here, I believe it's on the 17th of May.
Correct.
We delayed that from April so that you could get your new public health director on and also do a review. That's going to come back. I've been, pretty loud in past budgets about a couple different items. One is the deferred maintenance issues and the lack of functionality of the campus itself, number
Mhm.
one, and what's needed there to function at a high level. Number two is the staffing and the FTEs and the overall evaluation of what's a right fit there. But
Mhm.
as a secondary element of that, the fact that for the glory of being a part of health services, our EFS and other fees are, from my understanding, from what it looks like, somewhere in between $1 million and $1.2 million that
Mhm.
wasn't compensated for in terms of our staffing plan over there over the years. And then there's been issues in the past with getting restaffed, and certain staff, I know from the animal control side, not having the ability to be fully staffed to actually do it. Working people, kind of like the conversation about correctional deputies, is having people working overtime all the time. And so this is a conversation for the 15th, but obviously, I talked to you about that. I was going to bring this up when you came forward in April, so that if there is anything that we need to consider as a part of budget deliberations for animal services, that we can do that. So just kind of pass it over to you. Any idea, are those the issues you want to explore with us on the 17th? At that time, maybe we could think about if there's a conversation to be had during budget as well.
Yes, those will be the issues we will be bringing forward on May 17th. And then it's my understanding with respect to the upgrades needed for animal services that will be part of our capital improvements that we'll take a look at. And we'll spread that out over the course of, I think, 5 years.
Okay. Anything else from you that you'd like to add?
You'll be seeing a lot of me.
Yeah. Okay, I want to let you go. Thank you very much. Sincerely appreciate the presentation and where we're at, and the things to come. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. It's coming up at the, one sec, let me just check my calendaria. Public comment on budget presentations right when they step up. So perfect timing. So we're going to go to this, and then we'll go to public comment on, excuse me, on the other elements. So one thing I want to do is also, I think you brought up an important point, Dwayne, is that, you know, what if we have like tomorrow regional parks present at 8 a.m. and you don't get to do a public comment until 11. So one thing I'd like to ask is that the departments that present in the morning, that they at least stay on for the public comment, that they come back on to provide via Zoom, or they come back. They don't have to come back here into the chambers, but Zoom, so that they can hear the public comment as well and have a chance, even if it's a couple hours later. Okay. So with that being said, I want to pass it over. Public comment on the items, either Child Support Services, Community Development Commission, and Health Services. And these are not only for you in the chamber, but also for anybody who's online. So I'll give you a couple minutes.
Person when I can. My name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from the disadvantaged community of Roseland. Behavioral health transient vagrants have been wreaking havoc upon our community for years. It started when homeless encampments were moved off of what was called Homeless Hill in a portion of Santa Rosa over in to what was then the unincorporated community of Roseland. It's been plaguing us ever since. Now, behavioral health transient vagrants, they have different approaches in different communities on how to deal with it. There are city, county, state, and federal laws that are on the books already about things such as not camping on public land, not dumping on public land, and not being a public health menace because of defecating or urinating in the waterways. The county helped to buy some land, 11.1 acres originally at 1370 and 1027 McMinn Avenue in the unincorporated area of Roseland. It then deeded it over to the city of Santa Rosa. Because it's under an agricultural preservation and open space district easement, there should still be some community oversight in the stewardship of that land. It shouldn't just be allowed to be ruined by behavioral health transient vagrants. With that in mind, because it's been annexed by the city, it's just looked at like the city will take care of that. Well, they don't enforce those laws. They're on the books, but they've said we do not enforce them. This is a dilemma. I am a person who worked in healthcare for decades. I support working with people who have behavioral health problems. It is a crisis. So perhaps what she just spoke about earlier, utilizing the health services funding to deal with crisis debris management, could be utilized for behavioral health crisis management debris removal. I hope you got that all going. I noticed almost all of you were distracted, looking elsewhere on other issues. It doesn't go away from Roseland. We have to live with it. So please help us and let me know when is the public comment for non-agenda items. Thank you.
3:30, sir. Thank you very much.
I'm going to still be here.
Good. It's good to see you. And then tomorrow, our workshop comments will be at 3 p.m. as well. So thank you very much to the department heads who presented here. We have a little bit of time. So just a reminder to the board members is that if I'm just kind of taking a moment, tomorrow when we meet, I believe it's at 2:30. I don't have my calendar in front of me. There's an item there that is for, thank you, the Board of Supervisors and the County Administrator. At that time, I'm going to ask us to take that half hour to go over our budget requests or the items that were listed as different board items. So that's at 2:30 tomorrow. And so the goal there is that we're going to be able to just, once again, I'm going to ask that we keep that short in our presentations, like a minute on why you put this placeholder here for a discussion item. What was the intent? I think too often we take everything as a full proposal when in fact some supervisors put things in with a lot of research and a specific intent, and others put something as a placeholder to be able to have a conversation at a later time. But so just a reminder, that will be tomorrow, and we're going to have we're just going to recess until 3:30. Oh, I didn't.
Through the chair.
Yeah. Go ahead, Marcy. We'll ask for comments on the board workshops for anybody who's on Zoom attending.
Thank you so much. I do see we have one hand raised, and again, this is for the workshops. The other public comment time will not start until 3:30. So if you can please raise your hand or press *9 if you are a phone-in attendee to raise your hand if you want to comment on the workshops today. Thank you very much. And Thomas, I see that your hand is raised. If you can please unmute and begin.
Just 1 second. Oh, yes, thank you. I wanted to address let's start with the simple things, which is, none of them are simple, but those are really great ideas by Tina Rivera and through the health department, and that flexible funds are really important. I was in charge of that for Homeless Action for a period of time. I was an advocate for that, and then it kind of fell through, and I had to actually pick up and do a lot of that. And what we found was using LED lights prevented people from burning up their batteries in their RVs. So if they got replacement LEDs, which are really, really inexpensive. So it was a really inexpensive fix. You didn't have to keep getting new batteries for people. You could just get these LED lights, and it changed everything. But we also did voltage regulators and alternators and things like that that got burned out. So in addition to the battery packs for phone charging and things like that, it's very important because they use the phone and charge it on their battery, and then it messes up their vehicle battery. And then they can't go anywhere and can't do anything. Something else that we did was I gave away 3 trailers over a period of time. And one of them we gave to this behavioral health individual. And this is about a year and a half, about 2 years ago. And they lived in it where this one person lived in it, and we was having trouble. We gave him we put up another person in there to kind of stabilize him, and it worked for a while. But then he had trouble, and he and the other person abandoned the trailer, and then it was stolen. But that was about a little under a year and a half ago. And then in that period, then he got really unstable. He was 100 days in the hospital here while he spent other time in Texas. And in the process, he was back and forth. And then in December, he was helping people move, and he fell off a trailer and died. And this is because of his behavioral health situation. And
thank you, Thomas.
Could have been helped by the court.
Chair Gore, with that, we will close public comment on the workshops.
Thank you. We have 15 minutes until our time certain for public comment on items not listed on the agenda. So we're going to recess for 15 minutes and be back. Thank you.
We can unmute in the chambers.
Hey,
Thank you, Chair Gore.
got
Are
us?
you ready to continue?
you got us? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. We're going to go to public comment on items not listed on the agenda. We're going to start with the individuals in the chamber, and then we will go to online, and we're going to do 2 minutes apiece. So if anybody wants to stand up, we're ready for you.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland, and I wanted to thank you all for the opportunity to speak with you without a mask in the regular place, feeling better about good things. I also wanted to offer some ideas that could be helpful here in our community as we grow post-COVID. The first one is, I think you should reach out to the local chapter of the American Association for Architecture and have them work with you to do a open call for proposals on the redevelopment of our county site, and do it in such a way that you really broaden the approach to get this transit-oriented, mixed-use type of thing going with remote workers, all these things we can do to really maximize the benefit of these public assets we have here at this community. Then there's another asset here in the county that could be dealt with and help with our free-range behavioral health transient vagrants and their problems. And that would be to bring back the idea of what were once called asylums. Back in the day, an asylum was a way in which you helped people who were deeply in need and couldn't get it together themselves. And we actually had a community hospital here in Sonoma County set up by a concerned community that made sure we had those types of facilities. And we have the Sonoma Developmental Center. That Sonoma Developmental Center, as it sits right now, could be an asylum for these free-range behavioral health transient vagrants that are having difficulties and can't get it together. Put them over there now, give them a spot, and we'll go forward. Working with our state, working with our federal government, bringing in funds. You can use ARPA. You can bring things in from a lot of different resources that are out there. Just think big. Just go look at it like it's a whole new world post-COVID, and we can go for big stuff. Be grateful. It's going to be good. All the best to you all. Thank you kindly for letting
Thank you,
me,
sir.
get in 3 today.
There you go. Pleasure. Next up.
All right. Greetings, board. I would like to confirm that Supervisor Gore has received the response to the paperwork I served this morning as a rebuttal to the false claims which he provided to the sheriff. After I detailed Supervisor Gore's discrepancies with financials at the previous board meeting, he received a sworn complaint from the FPPC on April 20th, 2022. Supervisor Gore then proceeded to file a restraining order against my fiance within the same day. This is an obvious form of retaliation. I'm a bit frustrated that our county chair has omitted his wife's corporation, Gore Country, from his statement of economic interest for all years. That corporation happens to be tied to outstanding tax liens. Now, Supervisor Gore has decided to use additional taxpayer dollars to fund his personal legal matters. I'm frustrated that a gentleman who is one of the wealthiest members of our county refuses to pay their own taxes while receiving a salary from the taxpayers. Mr. Pryor has made a presence at meetings solely because your entire staff and yourselves have managed to disregard every single valid inquiry and concern I've had for the past 6 months. Why do you refuse to answer my questions? A lie does not wish to be questioned. Your finances have brought the truth forward. Why did Gore fail to disclose that his wife was the president of Rebuild North Bay on his Form 700? Why did this organization receive $97,000 from Rebuilding Now Incorporated, which is not registered with the IRS? Why did 80% of the county fail to complete a statement of economic interest? Are my questions that difficult, or are you caught in a tremendous intertwined lie with elected officials throughout the state? I have no ill feelings towards anyone in this room. I just wish you'd finally be honest. We cannot be silenced. I really appreciate prior to entering this room for public comment, I finally had the opportunity to have an in-person conversation with Ms. Rivera. Ms. Rivera actually understands that I'm a Christian, I'm extremely intelligent, and very kind to you all. You just continually refuse to acknowledge me and answer my questions. I would greatly appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up. Thank you, ma'am, for your patience. Take your time.
Linda, and I want to give you all kudos. I saw on this morning on my phone the Press Democrat site where you guys approved continuing funding for Santa Rosa Memorial's Trauma Center. And many decades ago, let's talk about like in the 70s, I was the secretary, which is now called administrative assistant, to the chief of staff of surgery at UCSF. And the 4 doctors that I worked for, they developed the trauma centers that henceforth went to all the different hospitals. His name was William Blaisdell, and if you go to UC Davis, there's a hall named after him. So kudos for that. I'm here because I'm begging any one of you supervisors, if you could give me the courtesy and the time to meet with me, 15 minutes, half an hour, about a situation. I'm sure you all have creeks in your district, and this is something that started a decade or so ago. It was started when Mr. Kearns was supervisor, and it was fixed, but then an outside agency came in and totally undid everything that was done. Our creek now is totally blocked, trees growing in it. But the other thing too, us neighbors have now discovered we have poisonous hemlock growing in there, and it has advanced out of the creek bed. So I would just like somebody to listen to me and give me guidance, direction of who to contact to alleviate. We have a fire situation now. I saw on the phone this morning that the county got some more money back from the PG&E settlement. And last year I tried contacting the offices here to see if I could apply and the other neighbors to fix the blockage now of the creek in our property. So
Thank you
if
very
any
much,
one
ma'am.
of you supervisors could give me the time, I would really, really appreciate it. One neighbor wants to go to the Press
You know,
Democrat.
if I can, I
One
apologize,
wants to go
we're
to a lawyer,
to the
and
end of
I
the
don't
time,
want to
but
do
I
that.
couldn't, but if we can, I'd love to get your contact info. Maybe you can write it down and pass it on to, or do you have something you want to say?
Yeah, we already have it, and we've been working on that, and it's
Okay.
about the Marin Creek and the
If I
RCP.
could give it to Ms. Gorin and pass it on,
Okay.
because we have had nothing done, no meetings, no presentations, nothing. So again.
And if we could get your address and location, then the appropriate supervisor will connect with you.
Well, again, or
Second
anyone,
district.
any
Thank you very much.
other district.
Okay.
The
I appreciate
we
you.
have-
Just get your contact information right here
Okay.
and we'll share it. And I appreciate your
Great,
time and
thank
your
you.
patience. Is there anybody else in the board chambers who wants to come up and speak?
I didn't want to name names, but
Okay, thank you very much. We will go to online, unless we have anybody else in the back. Okay, thanks, guys. Go to online, Marcy. First of all, let's. Is it still Marcy? Or are you managing it, Karen? Okay. You can ask for people to raise their hands, and we'll go forward.
Thank you so much. If folks can please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone keypad if you are a phone and attendee. Please do so now to comment on the section of today's agenda. And just one moment. The first commenters are Thomas, and that will be followed by 2 phone attendees.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to comment. And I didn't quite finish with the other comment, and I would just say that with regard to Dwayne, it's seldom that we really agree wholly on something. And obviously, the size of the Sonoma Developmental Center would not be conducive to replicating, but from in a small way relative to, for instance, mental health court or whatever it's to be called, and dealing with people like I was mentioning, it's it's better than that guy's death. And it was sad and unfortunate, and it probably didn't have to happen. And he had 100 days in the hospital last year, and he probably had 100 days the previous year in a hospital, not including respite. So the thing that I wanted to speak about besides Sonoma Developmental Center was potentially what Chairman Gore was talking about, which is that if you have advocates at the state, it would be great to achieve a state tax deduction for donations of food, which there is a deduction, it's cost of goods sold, but where the federal law has changed is that it allows a significant portion of what would be profit above the cost of goods sold, which becomes a deduction on your taxes. If we could do that at the state, it would we have a fairly high tax rate at the state, and it would materially advance the proposition of being able to recover food from the local establishments regarding the food waste in SB 1383. So we have 1383, but we don't really have as great a way to fund it within the state, which would be great if we could get that advocacy. Thank you.
And if the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
This is Donald, lifetime resident of Sonoma County, and speaking on behalf of the 9/11 Truth Campaign. Super Gore committing treason helps destroy our democracy. Item 38, Supervisor Chair James Gore dismissing John's public comment made over Zoom about 3 million people who don't belong here as racist, also dismisses 6,641 abuse news issues that represent 20 years of our work to expose the hidden truths about 9/11. Local, state, and federal elected public servants lie or stay silent about pedo President Joe's executive order the day after his inauguration to open our southern national border to give aid and comfort to illegal cheap labor traffickers, drug smugglers of fentanyl and other killer drugs, and United States government-sponsored human traffickers transporting thousands of migrant children to closed military bases all over the United States, apparently for pedo Joe and other pedophiles in our United States government, as he determines to be necessary under public betraying martial law 107-243. Item 39, martial law 107-243 is illegally authorized because it is not in pursuance of our Constitution for the United States that grants power over immigration only to Congress, not the president. Flooding U.S. borders with immigrants, 38,000 immigrant children were transported for pedo Joe Biden and his pedo pals, destroys our democracy's sovereignty for communist China. Belarus flooded Poland with around 4,000 migrants for Russia in 2021, which is 40 times.
Thank you. That does conclude the time for comment. And again, the next three commenters are all phone attendees, so please listen for the prompt to unmute and state your name.
Hi, Rob McGilly of the 9/11 Truth Campaign. Super Gore committing treason helps destroy our democracy. Belarus flooded Poland with around 4,000 migrants for Russia in 2021, which is 40 times more than in 2020 in response to sanctions imposed by the European Union, but this is minor compared to the number of migrants flooding our South U.S. border. 40. When will our Willie Brown-Stain County of Sonoma super puppets finally admit that A, 9/11 was an Enron builder, Ken Lay, trying to save Enron from bankruptcy by 4 of 25 Al-Qaeda Martyrdom Battalion suicide bombers. Exhibit 2, hijacking United Airlines Flight 93 and then crashing it into the West Wing of the White House to painlessly take out Vice President Dick Cheney and his anti-Enron staff from Halliburton in the most heavily guarded airspace in the world. But 9/11 did not happen as planned. Starflight 93 was held up for 41 minutes, Exhibit 3, at the Boston airport until Warren Buffett got one of his flying bed net jets into place to trail Flight 93 so U.S. Air Force Major Rick Gibney could shoot it down over Pennsylvania for NORAD, the North American Aerospace Defense Command. A1, 21 Al-Qaeda goons hijacked 5 other domestic airliners on 9/11 in order to distract NORAD away from Star hijacked Flight 93. 2 hijacked planes were forced to land in Canada. Hijacked American Airlines Flight 11 was followed by a NORAD F-16, Exhibit 4, when it crashed into the North Tower. Hijacked United Airlines Flight 175, Exhibit 5, crashed into the South Tower. Hijacked American Airlines Flight 77 landed at Reagan
Thank you. That
International
will
Airport.
conclude time for comment. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Sue with 9/11 Truth Campaign. Super Gore committing treason helps destroy and our democracy. Okay. Hijacked American Airlines Flight 77 landed at Reagan International Airport and disappeared into a waiting hangar. The Pentagon was attacked by a remote-controlled U.S. Air Force F-16, Exhibit 6, in its missiles on 9/11. A2, if President Bush had not been busy in Florida's hotel room, probably having sex with a child that probably was a boy and was killed, the NORAD F-16 trailing Flight 11 in Exhibit 3 would have gotten presidential permission to shoot Flight 11 down. All exhibits are in our accompanying abuse news, number 6641, 10 Constitution violations, and 25 exhibits of 9/11 mass murder and treason. A3, to avoid Iran's bankruptcy, Ken Lay wanted Bechtel to build a pipeline through Afghanistan to get Caspian Basin oil and natural gas into communist China. But Afghani warlords wanted no stinking pipelines. B, 6 weeks, new World Trade Center, Larry Silverstein demolished the asbestos-loaded Twin Towers in Building 7 on 9/11. The Twin Towers had thousands of unclaimed New York occupants inside caused by Warren Buffett saving Laura Bush, who planned for weeks to be in Florida at 9/11 to launch her Read, Don't Watch campaign at Booker Elementary School. D, Enron.
And that will conclude time for comment. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
This is Karina from the 9/11 Truth Campaign. Super Gore committing treason helps destroy our democracy. Number D, Communist China's secret war against America is costing us most of our unconstitutional democracy, destroying 29,271 trillion. Exhibit 7, national debit, the District of Columbia not not we the people, owes the 29 trillion debt to lenders, including 1.1 billion to communist China. Exhibit 7.1. This year, the people are forced to pay 562 billion in interest only. Exhibit 7.2. That in reality is for infinity at the current rate, which is all approved by our representatives in Congress, not we the people. E. Communist China has murdered over 1 million of we the American people, with Communist China's created COVID-19, including 409 deaths in our Sonoma County. F. On Sunday night, October 8th, 2017, Communist China demolished over 5,000 Sonoma County homes. Exhibit A. In under 90 minutes, yet only 24 people, Exhibit 7.1, were murdered, no doubt thanks to you, our honorable sheriff, and your staff, who have saved thousands of Sonoma County lives from Communist China's so-called wildfire attacks that started at 9:40 p.m. north of Calistoga, ignited by satellite-directed and energy laser beams. Exhibit 8.2, 8.3, and 8.4, probably from a desk Communist China under your direction. Our deputies rescued thousands of Sonoma County residents from certain deaths by this so-called wildfires. The question is, who warned you? Probably Communist China, top foreign agent, or Willie Brown, the wizard of deception.
And that will
Willie
conclude
is
comment. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Roseanne Schneider, 9/11 Truth Campaign. Super Gore committing treason helps destroy our democracy. Wiz Willie is a destroyer, not a killer, or John would be dead. Answer us, Willie. Your silence is treason, punishable by death. Sheriff Mark Essick, number 28. For almost 20 years, John and his 9/11 Truth Campaign have made public comments to local governments that expose our U.S. Congress lies about 9/11 and our Sonoma County Board of Supervisors, super puppets, lie about 9/11, which serves U.S. government organized crime and Communist China's secret war to destroy the United States and re-educate Americans to be Chinese slaves. 29. We, the American people, have never been more endangered nor more vulnerable to losing our democracy because of government organized crime, which appears to be pedophiles protecting other pedophiles. Depravity and corruption control our local courts, our FBI, launched by Communist China with the help of United States head virologist Dr. Anthony Fauci. Developers and corrupt, greedy supervisors are the only supporters, benefactors of this project. There is absolutely not one good reason to build this new building, so it must be for kickbacks. Our super puppets need to justify why they need a new administration building, reported to cost taxpayers up to $50 million yearly, when public comments are overwhelmingly.
Thank you. That will conclude comments. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
9/11 Truth Campaign is Richard. On December 11th and 18th, 2020, Exhibit 1-2 and Exhibit 112, 15 co-petitioners, 9/11 Truth Campaigners, and John applied to file in County of Superior Court our 25-page petition, Exhibit 1, for redress of our grievances against 10-time traitor Joe Biden holding any office, civil or military, under the U.S. in pursuance of U.S. Constitution, Section 3, 14th Amendment, Authority 4. U.S. Code Title 18, Section 23881, Treason, Authority 5. That prevent any traitor from holding any elected office. Our Superior Court gets away with staying silent, refusing to assign a court case number for a 25-page petition, Exhibit 1, which prevents and hinders 16 co-petitioners First Amendment rights to petition government for redress of grievances and favors. Keeping a fraudulently elected pedo traitor president in office must be supported by U.S. Chief Justice John Roberts, is also a reported pedophile, Exhibit 18. Sheriff Mark Essex, you and your staff are bound by we, the betrayed people of California, to honor your oath of office. Authority 6, to support and defend the Constitution of originally for the United States and the Constitution of should be for the state of California, including all governing laws, Article 6, Section 10, California Code Authority 7, to enforce U.S. Code 14th Amendment, Section 3, and U.S. Code Title 18, Section 2381, treason against all elected public officials who took an oath of office to support and defend the U.S. Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, without mental reservation or purpose of evasion, but instead give aid and comfort to enemies like Sonoma County Presiding Judge DeMayo, preventing and hindering 16 co-petitioners' First Amendment rights that judges in several states are sworn to.
And thank you. That will conclude the time for comments. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Super Gore committing treason helps destroy our democracy. 8. In 2016, the Pizzagate scandal, Exhibit 14, exposed a Washington, D.C. pedophile ring in our U.S. government, including President Barack Obama and Vice President Joe Biden. Trafficking children through Comet Pizza was reported as fake news by the mainstream media, but 8 years later, it appears to be true. Just like Joe Biden lying before the 2020 elections, that it was Russian disinformation and fake news, that his son Hunter laptop was found to contain 20,000 emails and in evidence. Russia and Communist China paid millions to the Biden government crime family. B. Videos online show Joe Biden as senator and vice president after events, unusually gravitating towards children, not adults. C. Reported pedophile, Exhibit 15, Vice President Mike Underpence certified the 2020 election ballots, Exhibit 16, for Pedro Joe Biden, despite there were over 300 complaints of mail-in voter ballot fraud filed in courts in over 44 states, reported by the BBC, Exhibit 17. D. On December 11th and 18th, 2020, Exhibit 1, 2, and Exhibit 112, 15 co-petitioners, 9/11 Truth campaigners, and John attempted to file in Sonoma County Superior Court over 25-page petition, Exhibit 1, for redress of our
That will conclude
grievances
the
against.
time for comment. Thank you. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Mary Morrison, 9/11 Truth Campaign. Super Gore destroys our democracy with his treason. Reported pedophile, Exhibit 15, VP Mike Pence certified the 2020 election ballots, Exhibit 16, for pedo Joe Biden, despite there were over 300 complaints of mail-in voter ballot fraud in courts in over 44 states, reported by the BBC. D. On December 11th and December 18th, 2020, Exhibit 1, 2, and 1, 15 co-petitioners, 9/11 Truth campaigners, and John attempted to file in Sonoma County Superior Court our 25-page petition, Exhibit 1, for redress of our grievances against 10-time documented traitor Joe Biden, holding any office, civil or military, under the U.S. in pursuance of U.S. Constitution Section 3, 14th Amendment, Authority 4, and U.S. Code Title 18, Section 2381, treason, Authority 5, that prevent any traitor from holding any elected office. Our Superior Court gets away with staying silent, refusing to assign a court case number, for our 25-page petition, Exhibit 1, which prevents and hinders 16 co-petitioners' First Amendment rights to petition government for redress of grievances and favors keeping a fraudulently elected pedophile traitor president in office and must be supported by U.S. Chief Justice John Roberts, who is also a reported pedophile. Exhibit 18. Number 17, Sheriff Mark Essick, you and your staff are bound by we the betrayed people of California to honor your oath of office to support and defend the Constitution to be for the United States and the Constitution for the state of California, including all governing laws like Article 6, Section 10, California Constitution, to enforce U.S. Constitution 14th Amendment and U.S. Code Title 18 treason against all elected public officials who took an oath of office to support and defend our U.S. Constitution, quote, against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
And
Without
thank you.
any-
That does conclude the time for comment. Next commenter is a phone attendee, followed by Chris. You can please unmute and state your name.
Go ahead.
Sure, it's me. Well, this is John Jankel, trying to make sense of this document
Is he on?
that we've been working on.
Okay.
Hello?
Okay, there it goes.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yes, please
This is
continue.
John Jankel. Sheriff Essick, you and your staff are bound by we the betrayed peoples of California to honor your oath of office to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America. And it should be the Constitution for the United States of America, and took we the people's power away in 1887. To enforce USC 14th Amendment, Section 3, and U.S. Code Title 18, Section 2381, treason against all the elected public servants, officers who took an oath to support and defend the United States Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. But instead, you all tend to give aid and comfort to our enemies, like Sonoma County Presiding Judge DeMayo, preventing and hindering 16 co-petitioners' First Amendment rights that judges in
And
several
thank you. That
states.
will conclude time for comment. And if the next commenter can please unmute and state your name. Chris, I can see you've unmuted, but we're not hearing you.
Hi, is that better?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I'm calling because, my name is Chris Turner. I'm calling about the digital vaccine passports that we are finding businesses attempting to implement around our county, including those that are actually segregating against students at the Rialto, for example, this week. On Thursday, the 28th, they're attempting to show a film that is geared towards educating the community on angst, anxiety. And this is not appropriate because they're using a venue that the Sonoma County Office of Education is using their venue to segregate the students that most likely need to actually see the film and to discuss the angst and the anxiety caused by being separated and set out from their community. But on top of that, the digital vaccine passports of any kind are discriminatory against those based on medical status, religious beliefs, and more. And requiring that vaccine as a condition to participate in society is unlawful. I want to know that the board here would be publicly stating its opposition to private businesses attempting to be above the law, and that they would be prohibited from implementing any such verification. The businesses should be put on notice that they will be held liable for discriminating against the public based on the vaccine status. Government Code 12926Q protects one's religious liberty and practice, including the ability not to participate in what would violate their sincerely held beliefs and self-care. And the Government Code 37100 states no country, no county, no municipality, or I'm sorry, not no country, but no county, no municipality or legislative body may pass or enforce a law that violates the laws of this state and or the laws of the United States. So being that it's unlawful and unethical and immoral and unthinkable to state that a private business can require the vaccine passport, I hope that the attention of the board will be put in this area and that they will address this. SaveOurSonoma.com has information.
Thank you. And the next commenter, if you can please unmute and state your name. This is for a phone attendee. You should hear that you should press *6 to unmute.
Hi, this is Karina. I'm a resident of Petaluma. Last September, I applied for rental assistance and was referred to the Petaluma People Service. During the 9 months that it has taken for this process, my application, my landlord, William Lyle, has passed away from COVID, and my house was put into probate and taken off the rental market. During this time, I was authorized for getting rental assistance and had been told by Petaluma People Service that this was already authorized. On the 20th of January, I received another letter from Petaluma People Service saying that they had gotten a county authorization and that I could get the rental assistance if my landlord was not able to participate, which he had passed away from COVID. As a direct result, my house went into probate. And if this is a mistake that was being made, I'd like to see to it that you guys are doing something to correct it so that this doesn't continue to happen to other people in the community. This is an outrage where it takes 9 months for this to happen and them authorizing it and telling me to go seek other prospective housing and wasting my time and the time of other property owners filling out applications for something that was made a mistake. Well, it's just 2-3 weeks ago, after timeless searching and phone calls and follow-up and finding housing service, I've come to find out that the Petaluma People Service had made a mistake and said that I do not qualify because now I do not live in the home after the 9 months it has taken to process this, whereas my landlord passed away from COVID. So therefore, now I'm being told this. This is a huge mistake that should not be being made by people within charge of that kind of money. If they are making those kind of mistakes, someone needs to look into it and make sure that they have
Thank you
the
for the
correct
comment.
information.
That does conclude the time. And thank you, Chair Gore. Board will close public comment.
Thank you very much, Marcy. Appreciate that. Going back to my notes. Okay. I want to thank everybody who joined us for public comment on items not listed on the agenda. So right now, we're going to continue the rest of our budget workshops until tomorrow, Wednesday, April 27th. And just for the board, just want to thank Supervisor Corsi. Even though I'm here and I'm going to be active as all of you tomorrow, just because I've done 2 days of it, I'm asking Supervisor Corsi to help lead us through some of the staff presentations tomorrow. Share the load, nothing bigger than that. So I'll be here with you, not just in spirit, but in action. But I appreciate it, Supervisor Corsi, for the morning tomorrow. So we are recessed. Thank you.